Hello.
Oh, I just went up and down the stairs for Shark's Redeem of refilling my water bottle. Let me turn myself down a little.
What do you mean, Shark? It's your fault.
Oh, why'd you do that? Cruiser, thank you for the super chat.
Hello, Cruiser.
How are you?
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Hello,
Shark. Hi,
Robo
Robo. Hi,
Shark.
Konitsu. Hi,
Hi,
Luna.
Core.
Hello.
Doku, Jay.
Hi, Jay. Doku, hi. Jay didn't hydrate. God, was it filled to begin with? Yeah, it was. So I just went downstairs and went back up just to do the steps. Morning, Infinite. Hi, Manny.
Good morning. Ah! I fell into the water. Oh, there's a fish.
Okay.
Okay, we need to go to
Perfect
the
timing. I
overgrowth.
needed something to keep me awake. Here's $1 as thanks. Okay, I'll keep you awake.
$1 is thanks.
You need
Thanks
to
for
stay
the
awake
tip.
for. Thank you, DJ. Guys, DJ made me in their file of The Sims.
Cute.
Okay, we're in the game. We're in the game, and I need to go to the overgrowth, which is that area we were in last time, right? With the trees and the bananas and stuff.
And the bananas, coconuts, cacao, yes.
Okay. So, would you like to lead me there?
Yes. I'm trying to remember. Let me see the map.
Neither of us knew
By
where
the
it
giant windmill.
Okay. Whee! This guy's name is Stain.
Stain?
Yeah. It's kind of a sad for a name. Thank you for the strength core. How you been? Job still been good? Job still been good? First couple days? My job is almost done.
What the heck?
Just somebody left a scrambled coordinate here and I can't pick it up. Core's hard, but yes, job good. Yay! Having a pizza party with some friends later today and it's too late to sleep? No, you should sleep.
Pizza party!
You should sleep.
Yum!
It's this way, right?
Yep.
Whee! I really need a fast toolbar between my 3 tools.
Me too. I want a scroll wheel.
Really bad.
Yeah, it is. I keep pressing tab on accident. I don't know why tab is what I'm pressing.
Some other game you're playing. Hi, Boo!
Probably Petite Planet.
55 hours gonna be a fat check? What's a fat check? I know it's some physical labor, so you're working out. Never heard that phrase before, though.
Fat check, like lots of money, like a big...
Oh, fat check!
Lots of money, I'm assuming?
Yes. Okay, I understand. I thought you meant like a fact check. But about fat. And that's why I didn't understand. So sorry.
Check yo fat.
Check yo fat at the door. Pizza party sounds fun, Cruiser. I hope you guys have a great time. You can tell them that Rinfinite has blessed. Rinfinite not understanding my goof is— No! I'm not cute! Just kidding, I'm adorable. Okay, so... do you remember where that bounce pad is? Because I imagine we have to take the bounce pad.
I don't remember, but I think we can look around, yeah. Let's see over here.
I'm going this way.
Oh, here's a lake. I think this has rainbow trout in it.
Okay.
Over here, where Wingspan Appreciator is.
I see Wingspan Appreciator.
Could fish for a couple of them.
Okay, so let's fish. 18 hours was that much? 55 hours is gonna be a lot more.
They also made the fishing minigame easier in their last patch, yeah. algae. Algae is actually very useful. You get like a bio fuel.
Right, dang it.
Um,
okay, that's good to know.
Biofuel battery thing. Stock up on the algae.
I'll get 15 hours of time and a half. Oh my gosh. I did sleep, quote unquote. But I woke up at
55
1 a.m.
hours? Oh my god, what is the
Sleep quality?
freaking world coming to where we have to work 55 hours of overtime to live?
I don't think they had to live.
Oh yeah, it was probably, I don't know.
It's just a new job, and if they offer you overtime, like, are you gonna turn it down? I wouldn't. I finally caught my first fish, and it was a European mud minnow.
European mud minnow. Yeah, those are pretty common.
Another one. Phew!
I got one.
From this river? Oh, I just got one too.
Nice, let's go.
Oh, should we look for the ivy?
Yeah, let's look for the ivy. That's an
Or could I catch a second one so I can give it to the research machine?
Oh yeah, you could do that if you want.
Oh wait, some of these are sparkly.
Splendid toadfish? Where the heck do I get
Can you see this, Mashi? Some of the fish have sparkles above them.
Do they? Let me see what you're looking at.
Yes, I just fished in the sparkle one. I got another rainbow trout.
Ah,
this one over
okay.
here has a sparkle above it.
Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah, that kind of tells you.
Hooray! Okay, after I catch this fish.
Heck yeah, I'm a pro. Okay.
Okay. Let's go! Oh wait, what's this? Oh, I don't have those.
That's one's not very important. It's the ones that give you recipes that you want to go for.
Yeah. Elemental earth. The only thing I still have to turn in is 2 bioluminescent IVs, so I guess we better go find those.
Yeah. They're up high usually, so we have to find the bounce mushrooms.
Yeah, there was a bounce pad somewhere. Let's try this. The map isn't gonna show, right?
No.
Well, you know, if I'm here, I might as well get the resources, you know?
Yeah.
Snip, snip.
Snip, 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 snip.
Snip, snip. Oh, one more. Snip, snip. Hey, Jay, I'm sorry you were up late last night. Having, like... I don't
see
know.
any bounce
Up late thoughts. I guess this way?
This way?
Oh shit, my redeems. Sorry, Core. I'll pretend you're head patting me in real life. Yay!
Oh, I forgot to turn on my throwing thing. Oopsie.
I gotta turn off head pat and UFO and show tail because I can't do any of those.
No.
It's okay. Oof. Things are pretty good in Rinfination. The semester's wrapping up.
Are you gonna talk about what happened with your TA?
Oh my god. You know, I was actually living a peaceful life, not even thinking about that, Machi.
I'm so sorry!
No, it's totally fine. Yeah, there's a bit of a situation at work where I noticed somebody's grade changed quite drastically. The tail wag has be dead.
Has me dead.
Oh, Mashi's tail wag?
My
My tail
wag.
wag, no, happened. I just never know if those thoughts are good or not. They're always wrong. Any thought you have after 1:30 a.m. is wrong. That's just a fact of life.
Okay. Mushroom. Let's go this way. That's where we came from.
Well, there's a tree.
Banana.
Banana. The tail wag has me dead. I didn't do it. Must be talking about Mashi's. Yeah, so anyway, I noticed one of my students' grades went way up. And so I was like, what happened? And long story short, I found out that my teaching assistant had been giving my students extra credit all semester long for various things, but did not ask my permission or tell me that they were giving any extra credit. And they don't have the authority to do that. But also, they didn't keep track of how much extra credit they gave to people.
Oh my god.
So basically, they just arbitrarily assigned people points if they felt like it. And this is just like the definition of academic dishonesty.
That's so crazy.
It's so crazy. How did we get here that you thought that was okay? Well, they thought it was okay because I wouldn't find out. But I did find out. And the TA was like, well, nobody's gonna complain because I'm giving them extra credit. Like, well, I'm complaining. I'm complaining right now. I have a problem. The students don't have a problem, you know? Of course they don't have a problem. They're getting extra credit.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
You have a problem with me. So anyway, I'm not in charge of, like, disciplining this guy, but he's been reported. And I think the student will still fail my class anyway, so all's well that ends well.
Oof.
Somebody's
Oh.
getting in trouble. That's right. Don't fuck with me.
I see one on this tree stump.
Okay. Ooh, there's a piece of information there. Oh no!
No.
Oh, I flew too far.
She flew too far.
Hi, Noxie. What did I do? You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. Noxie, you can do no wrong. Right now, how did we get there last time?
We gotta go around. Hold on, I wanna harvest this. Around to the... Over here?
I can do wrong, not on purpose, though. Yeah, okay. That's fair. If you missed it, my teaching assistant gave students extra credit without telling me, and I'm mad about it because he's not allowed to do that, and he did it anyway. So you lasered his head off with your infinite beams? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually exactly what happened.
Whoa,
No!
Noxie. It's a little
Do I think
harsh.
he should lose his job?
Probably.
Probably. Do I want him to lose his job? No, because I'm not an asshole. But... me. I missed it again.
Well, there's one across this bridge if you come back.
Oh, so give up on that one, you're telling me?
No, we can get this one first, and then we can get the one underneath the bridge.
Well, I already fell back down.
Because this bridge, we could just land right on top of the stump.
Oh god, oh no!
Oh no.
The rock wall spawned on top of me.
Oh, are you stuck?
I'm stuck inside the rock wall.
I'm coming to your rescue.
Set me free.
It's not there.
That other guy let me out.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, where are we going? We give him a good old teacher scolding.
To that river? Where's that little pond?
I had 2 whole conversations with him and he just wholeheartedly believes that he has done nothing wrong.
This way.
And so it was just making me more upset, so I gave up and I was like, well, his boss can.
Okay, let's get the one across the bridge first.
Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of wild. It was like the kind of conversation where the person is like manipulating the conversation, where they keep changing the subject to talk about something else, and I tell them that like, no, actually what you did is wrong, and they were like, but here's why it's actually not wrong.
Don't go the way I went.
Are you sure?
You can do it. I just fell. The stump like pushed me off. Okay, you're good.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady. Yay.
Okay, so I got the 3.
That.
But if we could find 2 more, that would be pretty cool.
If we could look around for more, yeah. You need some in a quest for the gridfall, so might as well look for more.
Whoa. What?
Huh? Huh?
That was weird. Yeah, I get why you're upset. Seems like a huge reality check is coming his way. I hope so. It's possible that the department won't discipline him very much because, you know, he's a man and society loves men.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to be a woman, a female math teacher. Like, the fact that he even modified my grades at all is just a huge sign that he has no respect for me whatsoever. Because if you had any respect for me, you would not change the grades that I have assigned. Like, what?
That's so crazy. Like, you...
I love me too. Sorry, that was insensitive and stupid. No, it's not. Cruiser, it's fine. You're good. Yeah, so, like, there's a kid who really wants to pass my class because he already failed once before, and I've probably talked about this kid on this stream multiple times because he really pisses me off. Yeah, you're right. It's not okay in any field, but I'm a little concerned because in my field in particular, women's comments are less valued. But anyway. So this kid wanted to pass. He asked if he could have any extra credit. I said no. And since Mom said no, he went and asked Dad, and he asked the TA, and then the TA gave him a bunch of extra credit.
Oh my goodness.
And I have, like, the right to take it away because he didn't earn it. But he's gonna fail my class anyway, so I figured let's just avoid the headache because he's just gonna, I don't know, like, say, Mrs. Rinfinite took away my extra credit and she's targeting me and that's why I failed. Me. Not because I don't know any calculus. Me. So I'm moving on from that. I lost. Oh, mushroom.
Oh, mushroom.
The ivy has such a pretty glow. Where do you see it?
It's over
here. Where is it? What?
Over here.
Okay. What's this? I'm gonna grab this resin.
Okay.
You are valued, Rin. We love you. I know. Here, I absolutely never feel that way. With you guys, I absolutely never, ever feel that way. Huh?
I fell.
Oh.
I'm fine.
Okay, be careful, we're infinite. Oh, I found an ivy.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, there's one back here.
Nice. Oh, resin.
Yeah, I'm taking the resin too. I remember that being kind of hard to find when we were looking around for it.
Yeah.
This cave, inside you'll find special fish species.
What?
There's a cave with special fish species in it, and it says, truly, these little swimmers. Like, you can't just say little swimmers. You can't just say little swimmers. I got curious one time and counted my staff at my primary and high school and noticed that roughly 80% of educators were female, but 20% of administration was male. Makes you think, doesn't it, though? I'd let you teach me math, Rin. You would? That's the biggest compliment anyone could ever give me. Treasure! So can we... Is there like a cave we can go in?
I don't know how to get to that cave. I haven't been there yet.
It's okay. Okay, so if we could find one more, that would be good.
This way.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Is there anywhere else I could go? I mean, I guess we might as well leave now.
How many do you have?
I believe I have 5.
You might need to come back
actually
later.
have 7.
And you need to
I
donate
turn
2.
Into the research station.
Yeah.
What?
You need to donate 1 or 2.
2.
Okay, so you might need to come back and get more. I think you need 6 for Gridfall.
Oh, really? The quest told me I only needed 3.
Oh. Maybe I'm thinking of upgrade, like something to upgrade. Needs like 6.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
If I keep running around, I'll eventually find the research tower.
Here it is.
Give me the cumin.
Cumin.
Mr. Rin calls it cumin.
Yeah, cumin.
So what is Loftia, and why do you have elite insider access? Mashi? Would you care to answer?
Loftia is a MMO, a solarpunk MMO made by indie devs from Australia.
From the land of Cruiser?
Yeah, they are from Australia.
Cruiser's the one who's asking.
You could play with friends, you can forage, craft. Basically, we're trying to repair the events that happened after earthquake.
Yes.
So there's like a giant crack in the Loftia city, so we're trying to fix that.
We have to fix it.
So the beta's pretty much gonna stop at the point that we fix the crack.
Oh, really?
That's gonna be the end of the beta, yeah.
Are we able to fix it?
Yes, we are able to fix it.
Okay.
But I'm curious what they're gonna add, like, after we fix the crack.
Yeah, me too. Okay,
I'm very excited. It's gonna be on, like, Steam, iOS, or Mac, whatever, and Nintendo Switch.
Microplastics? Well, microplastics is a part of the problem, yeah. Okay, so I actually don't really want to go back to my house, do I? Well, I could plant some new plants.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy actually some stuff from Hazel.
Okay. I'll catch up with you in Gridfall, I guess.
Okie dokie.
When I go to turn this in.
Buy 2 sets of carrots.
So Mashi got some sort of partnership with Loftia, and she got some codes for the beta.
Yeah, I got 2 codes. Well, I got 3 codes technically. I got 1 to give to a friend and 2 to give away to the community viewers. Yeah. And then Ren got another code.
And then I got another code that was won by God himself.
Has God himself played the game? We don't know, but
I don't know. Hydrate. Thank you, Kotaku. As I also made a friend from Japan online, and I've been texting her in Japanese every day.
That's so fun.
Yeah, I'm practicing.
That's
She's helping me
very
practice
good
my Japanese.
practice. Yeah.
It is good practice because she kind of types. I assume she types the way people talk.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to put out another. Dang it. Thing of seeds. Coconut tree sapling? Do you put the tree in the. Where do you plant the tree?
You plant the tree. There's like
We have to make a special tree planter, right?
Yeah, tree planter.
Tree planter. I don't have enough flexible lumber to make that. That's awesome. I'm envious. You can talk to me in Japanese. So yeah, I've been talking back to her in Japanese, and I'm not like.
Oh no, that's annoying.
I'm not checking my grammar very much. I'm trying to just focus on like being able to be understood.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. And so, well, I mentioned Mori Calliope to her. And so we became friends online. I downloaded the Line app so I could talk to her. And I made my profile picture be Rinfinite, and my name is Rinfinite. Because in the game where I met her, I was Rinfinite. And where do I find more seeds?
In the game where you met her? What game was that?
A stupid phone game.
A phone game.
Please don't make me tell you anything else.
Okay, I won't.
It's like a gardening. Really stupid, but I really like it. Just
no,
growing
it's
little flowers,
okay.
okay?
It's okay.
I know, Mashi's not gonna judge me. So anyway. I downloaded Line and I made my profile picture be me, and so she Googled the picture. She reverse Google searched the image.
Oh my gosh.
The image. Because she was like, oh, maybe that's Mori Calliope. She didn't know.
Uh-huh.
And then she was like, wait a minute. She was like, mate. Rin-chan, you're a VTuber? I was like, I wasn't planning to tell you that.
That's cute.
It was super cute, and she was so excited. She was like, me and my daughter are gonna come to your stream. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh god, you're a VTuber? Yeah. Sorry you had to find out this way, Noxie. But that was pretty cute. I mean, it was cute that she even cared enough to, like, look up who, like, oh, this profile picture is cute. Who is it? She drew her profile picture, and it's really cute. She told me she drew it. So, yeah. But, it's, like, 4 a.m. there right now, so...
Ooh.
She's not awake, and she's not here. But also, she doesn't... I don't know. She told me she's a beginner in English, and I'm not sure how true that is, because you know how people will be, like, modest.
Yes.
I'm not sure how true that is. Oh, actually, there's one really funny thing that happened in a conversation with her, guys. What was I talking about? I was talking about something. And I was asking if something was cringe. So I just said in Japanese, cringy, because I figured they're probably using that word in Japan by now, on the internet at least. And she responded for a while, except she was using the word Grinchi.
Grinchi?
Like, the Grinch? Like the Grinch? What is she talking? Like, do they refer to the Grinch frequently in Japanese culture statements? Like, instead of cringy, they say, oh, that's really grinchy. No, she was just making him sick.
Oh.
So it was so funny. I eventually, after she said it a few times, I responded to her and I was like, Grinchy? You mean the green Christmas monster? Oh my gosh. So then she said, you know, in America, they seem to have a lot of green monsters, right? And I was like, unfortunately, also orange ones. And she was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, oh no, now I have to explain it.
And orange ones, yes.
Yeah, we have a big orange monster. So anyway, yeah, we have a big orange monster, and I need another egg. So anyway, I explained it to her. Also orange ones for real. So she was like, wait a minute, isn't the Republican Party red? And I was like, oh my god, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. So then I told her, and she was like, wait, that's not his real skin tone or a suntan? That's makeup? Yes.
Oh no.
She responded, she was like, I had no idea.
Funny.
Is it funny? Oh, she's adorable.
Okay. Good fall.
Yeah, I'm working my way back there.
Oh, I'm getting a cutscene again? Or am I?
Oh.
No, I'm not.
Let me actually, while I'm here, let me actually buy one more egg from the guy.
From the guy, the egg guy.
June, Coon, you know, one of those guys. Either June or Coon. E. E! Oh, is that correct? What the hell? I don't even know. Oh, that refills my water bottle. I understand. It's a food. This is the magic that the internet allows us to experience, huh? 100 years ago, an interaction like that would have been impossible. So true, Cruiser. The joy of living in modern society is that interaction happened. That she said grinchy instead of cringy. I don't even see him, so I'm just gonna go to Gridfall. This is not how you even get to Gridfall!
The tram.
I know, I'm just in the wrong area.
Or you get there. Or you could come to my instance.
Oh. Escape. Friend. Mashi. Jump to friend.
Jump to friend.
Jump to friend. Core said I need to work on my German so I can impress people and girls. Rinfu can just talk to me in Japanese and I'll just smile and pat head. I would love that. Oh, and hi, Azazel.
Hi, Azazel.
You know, every time you come here, I think about commissioning art of us as surgeons. I do think about it every time you come here. Noxie knows some Germanish. And Rinfinite knows German. Actually, one of the things that's been kind of hard about talking to this new friend in Japanese is that sometimes I'm trying to think of the word in Japanese for something and I can only think of the German word. I know German? You know German-ish, don't you? There's like some German words that are similar in like the language nearby where you live, right?
Did it work, Ren?
Oh, I was supposed to deliver it to the guy in the other area. Drat dang it.
Oh no.
Okay, that's fine. I'm right at the airship, so I'm just gonna go to the other. I mean, Germanic sounds the same-ish. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, Tony Soprano! We're about to finish season 2 of The Sopranos.
How many seasons are there?
I don't know. But we did finish season 2 of the Fallout show, so I did hear the thing about the cigarettes or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
One addiction at a time.
One addiction at a time.
Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I did get to see that. I was actually disappointed. I was disappointed by the end of the season. It was more like a mid-season break to me.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed too.
It was just setting up for the 3rd season. There wasn't really much wrap
that
up.
happened, yeah.
Yeah, so that was kind of disappointing, but also it's just like, oh, it's so depressing.
It is very depressing. The ghoul.
It's just so depressing.
The ghoul is so depressing.
So depressing. And it has like the flashbacks, you know, and he's trying to do his best to save the world.
I'm lagging real bad. Am I? Looks fine on my end.
Real bad, Mashi. I'll carry you. Mashi, when there were no footprints beside you, that's when I was carrying you.
What'd you say, Rim?
I said, I'll carry you.
Carry
And then
me?
I said, when you saw no footprints next to you, that's when I was carrying you.
I don't know why I'm lagging.
Cruiser, what movie did you see yesterday? Was it any good? Okay, we got a blueprint for the locator, so now I have to make the locator. And I need to find magnets, carbon fiber, and glass. Famous Ronald McDonald quote. When you saw no footprints in the sand beside you, is because I was carrying you. Famous Ronald McDonald quote. Mashi, have you not heard that before? Really?
Yeah.
It's a religious thing.
Oh, is
so
it?
It's like you and God are taking a walk on the beach.
Uh-huh.
And you're like, God, why did you abandon me in these hard times? I was so alone. Your footprints weren't there anymore, you know? There was only one set of footprints during all these difficult times in my life when I was walking across the beach, and God is like, that's because I was carrying you. Which I think is kind of a cute sentiment.
Oh, yeah.
I did get a job at a soft drink beverage factory, Rin. It was so depressing. That's actually a really good Fallout Season 2 joke. If you know, you know. Because they do the soda factory.
Ah, yes. The bottle cap.
Yeah, and he was like, they were... he worked in a money factory. Making soda. That guy's arm fell off and it was so sad. I would say Mashi doesn't know ball, but calling religious euphemisms ball makes me sound like I'm 13. Yeah, I don't even know why I know that. You saw Michael, the Michael Jackson movie? Did you like it? Do y'all think... Oh, this is Mashi's joke. You go ahead, Mashi.
Do y'all think Humpty Dumpty really fell off the wall on his own, or was someone egging him on? Oh my God.
Oh.
Hi, Taryn. Am
I going the right way? Because I think I need to go to my house to craft these materials.
Yes. What materials?
Magnet, carbon fiber, and glass. Because I know I have, like, glass shards.
Yeah. The only one you don't need to craft is the carbon fiber. You find that in the underground area that we're gonna go to.
Oh, in the underground area? Okay.
Yeah, you need to level up your hammer, though.
To level 3?
Yeah, and your pruner.
Oh, okay. I'll work on that then.
We're not power washing
cops. Can I make a second one of these crafters yet? Or do you think I need to,
Witchcrafter, the
You make a magnet.
refinery thing. Oh, you have to get those from the underground as well, actually.
Oh, really? Okay. Then let's look at how to upgrade my thing. I need 1 lignin.
That is from bioluminescent ivy.
Lignin these nuts.
Yeah, got him.
Got him!
You got me.
Okay, so out of the bioluminescent ivy, I craft that. I needed exactly 5, and that's how many I had.
Nice.
Redeems power wash like a good girl. Hi, Cox! I was actually playing a cleaning game. Mashi, I gotta send this one to you, because it's very satisfying to play. It's called Hosey.
Oh, I've played Hosey. I played the demo.
Yeah? Did you like it?
Yeah, it was a little buggy for me when I played it, but hopefully they fixed it in the release. I liked it a lot.
I found it very satisfying. Cleaning the floors, very smooth.
Yes, and placing the wood in that one level, like the wood flooring, that was really nice.
Oh yeah, brushing the leaves. Oh yeah.
That was yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Is that on Nintendo Switch or is that just on Steam?
It's on. I mean, I got it on Steam. It was on sale, so I grabbed it.
Okay. Another one called Inconveni.
I've been wanting to try that one too.
That one released recently too. It looks very cute.
Yeah, I follow them on Twitter, so I actually get like updates from them. But I definitely want to try that. That'd be fun if I tried to do it, and it would be Japanese only stream.
Oh, yeah.
But then all my viewers would be alienated, so I don't know if that's a good idea. Weird ASMR?
Weird ASMR. Did I have... Did
we do something?
Shade, are you still here? Is my lag better? It's probably because I was in Gridfall. Gridfall makes me a little laggy.
I liked it very much, but I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan, so maybe I'm biased. But it's just so vehemently real, and it feels so personal. I'd highly recommend a watch. Also, Michael Jackson is played by his real-life nephew.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
he looks just like him.
Wow. Okay, so if I want to upgrade my hammer, I just need energy. I have all the ingredients to upgrade my hammer. So charge my battery real quick. It was just so smooth, that game.
Oh yeah, on repeat.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Zom. How are you?
And 2 copper bars and
thank you for the head pat.
Huh? Copper.
Zom, what are you gonna play after you beat? Did you already beat Pragmata?
Zom G, hi. Zzz, Infinite ASMR to sleep to. Zzz, boring math be yet. Cruiser! What did you just say?
Cruiser! Your friends are rubbing off. Just kidding.
Cruiser, I need you to work really hard to keep being their good influence, okay? They need you.
They need you, Cruiser. Don't go to the dark side.
I did. I'm doing some achievement hunting in the game.
On lunatic difficulty? That's crazy. They had to call it lunatic difficulty? Oh my gosh.
What game is it?
Pragmata.
Oh! Mr. Rin is, playing Resident Evil 2 Remake now.
Ah. Once the beta ends for this game, I'll probably go back to Pragmata. I do want to play it all the way through.
Yeah, I think I didn't watch the story really, except for the beginning, but I did hear about the story from Mr. Rin, and I really enjoyed it.
Also played Pragdata.
So I need played Pragdata. I think the funny name that I've heard for it is Dad Space.
Dad Space.
Yeah, like Dead Space, but it's Dad Space. Rust-resistant alloy is also something I get from Gridfall, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then let's go ahead and go to Gridfall.
You got your leveled up tools and everything?
I leveled up my hammer. I cannot level up my clippers until I have that rusted metal alloy or whatever.
Okay. Oh, some of those parts you get from repairing the light poles and stuff.
Yeah, so maybe I'll run around and do that for a sec. And then go upgrade my thingy-mahoozy.
Did you get the key from Cliff?
What? The key to go to the underground?
Yeah.
You get it from Mita, and yes, I have it.
Oh, you got it from Mita, okay.
Yes, I did that part of the quest off stream.
Okay. Wait.
Your concern is understood, Noxie. That makes sense. Oh, I thought my game just crashed. It didn't. With upgraded tools in hand, you can now help clear out the big piles of cars and cables around Gridfall. The more players helping out, the more rewards you find. Ooh, fun. Your battery will drain as you keep swinging your tool. That's not.
Yeah, but there's battery. Have you met Leela?
I've seen the battery stations around,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, those are very handy.
Okay, so let me try and repair some lamppost stuff.
Rusted metal from lamp poles, and then
I got rusted metal, but I need like rusted metal alloy.
I think those are from the hydroponic.
Oh yeah, so I might need to go make more repair kits.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know, it's tedious.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. Do I just have repair kits on me? Oh, I do. I have one more. Did I just get the right material? I didn't even notice what I got from doing that.
From repairing the
hydroponics. Oh, there's another one up here.
I think it's from that. I have a guide.
She has a guide. Watch out, everyone.
I have a guide.
And she's not afraid to use it.
Rusted metal alloy. Oh, do you have to craft that? Rust resistant alloy.
That could be it.
I think that's a crafting one. Yeah. That's...
Then I have to make it?
It's a refined material.
Really? Maybe I need to upgrade my refiner too.
Yeah, you do, to level 3. Most of your stuff should be level 3.
Okay. I've got some work to do. Well, let me loot stuff while I'm here.
Is that an axolotl?
Axolotl?
I see in the fish guide, there's a shadow that looks like an axolotl.
Cute.
Cute.
I like axolotl.
Aw, axolotl.
My mom texted me and asked if I'm free on her birthday, but she didn't say on her birthday, she just said the date.
Uh-huh.
Mom. I know when your birthday is. Could have just said, are you free on my birthday? To do something together for my birthday, but what do I know? My parents are going to Greece soon.
Greece? Dang.
I know, they go everywhere. I only can hope to be partly as rich as they are someday.
Yeah.
Okay, what else can I repair while I'm here?
Spain? Nice.
Spain? Oh, that's cool. What are you doing in Spain? And then Netherlands? Those places aren't that far from where you live, right? Ring, will you be streaming for the next 9 hours? I want to watch you while eating pizza with the boys. Definitely the next 6 hours. Does that work for you? We usually take an hour break in the middle. It was supposed to be a conference, but I have to do nothing. Well, I'm not going to complain about not having to do work. You won't hear Rinfinite complaining about that. Although it wouldn't be so bad if I could get a little bit more summer work. To get a little bit more spending money for summer. That would be quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wrench. Kinetic energy. Gridfall's unstable power supply led to the creation of the kinetic energy system. Loftians can help keep the city powered by stepping on these special kinetic pads. Whoa, okay. Oh, this girl, have you seen this pretty girl?
Leela?
The dancer? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's blind.
Walk on the dance floor for 10 seconds. Sprint on the dance floor for 10 seconds. What? Okay. Charge my battery. See, you've got the moves. All I did was running. Like emotes on the dance floor?
J.
What button does the emote? J?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Clap, clap, clap. Overjoyed. Call. Those are my dance moves. Oh, goosebumps everywhere. Recharge your battery? My battery's already charged. I can't recharge my battery. I can't complete this quest. That's okay. I'll complete it later. Ooh, almost walked right off the cliff there. I don't think I have anything I can turn in here. No. Okay. The company pays for the trip? Nice. Do they pay for your food? And hotel? Nice moves you got there, really tearing it up, thanks. Yes, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. They pay for all the parties?
Wow.
You're gonna be out partying?
Are you gonna be drinking alcohol?
Stuff's poison, you know. Yeah, it's free food. I mean,
I don't drink.
Noxie doesn't drink!
Clap, 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 clap.
Clap, 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 clap. Okay, so refining station upgrade, I need 3 more magnets. Do I make a magnet here? How do I make a magnet?
You can't. I don't think you can make a magnet. I think those are...
Where do you get magnet then?
Let me see. Why can't I open my map?
Because
because
magnetically... Because it's...
Because it's what?
Just
Sorry,
imagine you meet someone.
out. It's in
I'm playing Europe on hard mode, for real.
It's found in the urbex, so it's found in those underground, the door areas.
Oh, okay. So I guess I need to go in those. Because I can't do anything else until I make those. Wait, I can make flexible... Wait, no, I can't. Wait, I can upgrade my clippers. Okay, I was able to update... Sorry, doing... Hi, Sun Noir.
Hi, Sun Noir.
Welcome back, Jay. Cruiser said, just imagine you meet someone interested in dancing and you're like, try out the floor, and they just run around like a kid in Olive Garden. So you go, no, like, hit a move, and they just start clapping.
Yeah. Clap, 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 clap.
That's exactly what just happened.
So you got your...
Fill my battery, please.
Clippers, and you got your... Okay. Back to Gridfall.
Anything else?
Good luck on your YouTube stuff, Jay.
Okay, so now we're gonna go back to Gridfall.
Back to Gridfall. Okay, why is it playing the cutscene now? Oh my god.
Following us then. Welcome to Rinfination. We have free healthcare. I went on a date and asked what was in her bag. Okay. Long story short, we're going on a second date. Wait, what was in her bag?
What was in her bag? What? That sealed the deal.
What was in the bag? What kind of bag was it? Like, what possessed you to ask what was in her bag? Because I would never go up to somebody and say, hey, what's in your purse? I'm very curious. Okay, so now, if I can fix one more leaky pipe, that would be a little bit nice. Before we went down, just to complete another thing.
Let me see if there's one down here.
A dance class complete. I learned how to do the robot.
Right, hell yeah. Right down here behind Leela, there's
I'm Leela.
There's a few leaky pipes down here.
Oh. Wrench. What was in the bag? Good question. Find out next time on Dragon Ball. Wait, wrong game. Okay. So now I can turn this into Dr. Marie. Leela has another quest? Wait, I can't pick up this emote?
What?
What the heck? How am I full on emotes?
You should not... Oh, did you pick it up?
Oh, I got the quest for the rail boots just now.
Okay.
Okay, well let me fix this. The recipe for the rail boots is supposed to be at the museum.
Mm-hmm.
Is what she just said. Oh, this person's nobody.
It's this, I think.
It was the powder that makes you go on a second date.
No,
A yo-yo, yard and needles, 2 tubes of caviar, 2 salt packets, 2 black pepper packets, a Kirby plushie, cat snacks for when she meets cats on the street, and a half-eaten granola bar. Sounds like you found a winner.
That's a lot of stuff. I love the cat snacks, though. That's so cute.
What do you mean, find the recipe? Is it just laying around somewhere?
Is it? No, it's not this. Is it in a research station? I think it's in a research station.
Okay, that could be. That would make sense. I've never been so invested in someone's brain after a date. Holy diva bag, what? No, that's awesome. Kirby plushie? Yo-Yo's a little unhinged, but I'm willing to forgive it.
Oh yeah, it's the Electric Dreams.
Okay, so I actually need to go underground to find those things anyway, so let's go. Except I would like to turn this quest in, and then I would like to go.
Oh.
The yo-yo was what sealed the deal?
The yo-yo was?
Explain.
I like how you decided not to jump, you just went around.
What? Well, I fell when I jumped.
Yeah.
This lady's over here.
Yeah, I don't like this lady that much. She's kind of rude.
Yeah, well, I think she was in the right because she was bringing out a yo-yo as a power move. Okay. Haven't seen one in ages. Yeah, me neither. Oh, you've returned before completing the repairs. An interesting decision pattern. And she was like, it looks like somebody's been fixing the hydroponics who didn't know what they were doing.
Wow.
Yep, that was me. Okay, so now I'm going to the underground area. I'm going this way. Mashi, do we have to do something to go in together? Oh, you followed me. Nice.
No, we don't.
Wait, let me snip this. Let me snip it real good. We gotta go down this hole. No.
Wrong hole?
Down. No.
Oh.
Down
there
the
you go.
hole. Well, she sounds really cool. It says I can't go in.
No?
Now I can. I don't know why I couldn't before. Hey, JC, how are you? How's your weekend? You get all your projects done for school? Okay.
Oh, I thought I could go in there.
No. She is. She's really full of life. Cool! Well, and of course she's gonna like you. But I guess if she doesn't, it's her loss. I got some... What is that? What did you just do?
It lets you find artifacts. This is alloy. This is the carbon. No, the carbon fiber.
I've actually already broke this.
Oh, did you?
Let's go through the door, I guess. Beep. Okay. She likes listening to me talk and solve problems? Yay!
That's cute.
What kind of a date did you go on? Oops, wrong tool. Can we break this car?
No.
Okay. Some carbon fiber. It's a magnet. Let me in!
Oh, that was the end of it.
What? That was
mushrooms.
The last one, she was the first one to say happy birthday to me. I forgot. Noxie, your birthday came up as a notification on my calendar. I didn't ever message to you.
Skating and ice cream. That's so cute.
That sounds really fun. I hope you had a really, really great birthday. Happy belated birthday from Rinfinite.
Happy belated birthday.
But that sounds really awesome. I'm really happy for you. Skating and ice cream sounds amazing. I appreciate you both. We appreciate you. Okay, so now I just go back to my house and try and craft whatever that thing I was trying to craft is.
Do you have enough materials for it? But yeah.
Only one way to find out.
Or we can go through another door if you don't have enough.
Oh,
this one.
We can look for another one. I think I have enough. I know I got 3 magnets, and I know I needed 5 carbon fiber, I think. I only have 2 carbon fiber. Okay. I'm already happy the sun's coming out and I don't have to wear a coat anymore. Yay! JC, hi. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I finished my project. My weekends have been fine. Just doing work. Signing up for a couple tournaments. Planning my birthday in 3 weeks. Ooh, JC's birthday coming up.
Ooh.
How's yours been? I'm great.
I think there's 2 doors by Leela.
Okay. Where's she?
She's
up in the corner. Ooh, what's this?
Yeah, she's up. Oh, did you find the playground area?
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hi, Keys. Hi, son. How are you? I mind.
Hi,
Is
son.
it hot where you are living? It is not hot yet. In my ignorant mind, you are both living on a farm in the desert? From Dinkum? Are we still in Dinkum to you, Noxie?
We're still in Dinkum.
For me, it's not hot where I am.
It's not terrible.
It's kind of been
here.
switching between hot and cold. Hydrate. Hi, Luna. Thank you. I need to find Leela. Oh my god, I'm completely in the wrong corner of the map.
Yeah, you need to go past Cliff and...
You need to go a different way, Rin. Oh, okay.
Go north.
Okay, I recognize where I am. I don't like how America looks like... I don't know how America looks like outside of the cities. Probably the same as Europe.
Really flat in some places.
Where we are, it's... Well, is it flat where you are, Mashi?
Yeah.
It's very flat where I live. We had like 17 tornado warnings in 1 week.
Holy.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Scary. I don't like tornadoes.
Okay, so we said there was a door.
There's a door.
Was there one back behind her?
There is. Down the stairs.
Okay,
oh,
this?
There, yeah.
But this one costs 5 energy to go in.
Yeah, probably because it's longer.
Ooh. JC says it's hot where I am, 25 to 30 degrees, and my room is now considered an oven. Must be Celsius. Cool, Luna. I'll check it out later. Bike lanes? Oh, we don't have bike lanes.
In cities we kind of do.
In cities we do, but Nox was saying I don't know how it looks outside of the cities. Cornfield? Have you ever seen a cornfield? It looks like that.
It does look like that.
31 Celsius? No thanks. I've seen children of the corn. That's not the same. No, close enough? It is not close enough. What's next? We go through the door? Okay.
Oh, there's a safe right here. Did you break it already?
I'll check. It's not there for me.
Okay.
I've definitely never been in this store. So I'm not sure why some of the stuff. Corn, long roads, pickup trucks, and picking yourself up by the bootstraps. Yes, you got it!
Yeah, that's it. That's America.
But yeah, there was one day where the university just seriously sent us like 9 tornado warnings all in a row. It's like, really? We're already in the basement. You know what I mean? Is this man playing a game of Connection? Oh, can we play one together? Somebody start one, and then Rinfinite will reply. And then someone else can go.
Huh?
And then Mashi can reply.
So... someone picks a theme, or what? Or we pick a word that matches.
I think you just say any word that other word makes you think of.
Okay.
Hi, Norman.
There was one right here. I don't know if it's there for you. Oh, it is. Okay.
That's a clothing recipe. Emo boots? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
When can I be emo-finite?
Emo-finite.
Emo-finite.
I don't know how to... Mashimo? Mashimo?
Mashimo? That's pretty good. Okay, what if I say the word and then in chat you guys make a connection and my word is pumpernickel?
Rye.
Good. Oh, we're out.
What the fuck is a pumper? It's a bread!
It's a type of bread.
Sunny said bread.
So I noticed that one thing that I also need is 3 sewer algae from the underground lab.
Okay, that's underneath Dr. Marie.
It's underneath her lab?
Yeah.
Whoa, look at this. Power cable. I think it's a Pokemon. Would you like to talk about a Pokemon? If you were given the choice between a large Pokemon and a small Pokemon, which would you choose? Okay, so where are we going, Mashi?
Did you get enough carbon?
Probably. So we can go to the hot air balloon. Ouch! How small is small? That's ambiguous. You have to answer the question with
like Caterpie?
This is just a thing that they said in Tomodachi Life, okay? Because I told them to talk about Pokemon, and they were like, let's talk about a Pokemon. And no, not a Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Talk about Pokemon in general. Small. You pick a small one?
Can I ride the big one?
I don't know.
Infinite size.
Or infinite size. Okay, upgrade my refining station. It is now refined. So now I need to make rust-resistant alloy, circuit boards, glass, eco-plank, brick, vine fabric, cardboard fabric, seaweed, leather, and upcycled fabric. Okay, so what's the thing I need to make next?
What quest are you at right now?
I got home is where the leak is, and I got slip, zip, hooray, but I don't think either of those are the main quest.
Slip, zip, hooray is... Oh, you need to fulfill the stuff to get the boots. Oh, the locator tool, yeah. That's the little tool I was using.
So... Oh, here it is. I just need 2 pieces of glass.
Glass.
I don't have enough sand.
Oh, man.
We go.
Here we go.
Whee! Let me go. Bruh. Gridfall. I'm making some garlic bread, so I'm stemming AFK. Okay, make some good. Oh yeah, Finny, Shishi. The Tomodachi Life demo just fucking called me out so hard. I made a me using one I already had made and based its personality more so on myself. And she immediately said, I may look laid back, but I just keep my anxiety bottled up right where it's meant to be. And then literally apologized not even 10 minutes into being on the island.
That's so funny.
That's too real. Okay, so I need sand. And sand is kind of like just around, isn't it?
It's kind of like around the sewers. Like if we go in the manholes, we might find some.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna look over here.
Historical quarter.
Axe me some? Yeah, garlic bread sounds really good.
Oh, yummy. I had chicken Alfredo and garlic bread last night.
Chicken Alfredo and what?
Garlic bread?
Oh, yum. I wish I could eat pasta. But we don't really eat pasta.
Not even like the high protein pasta or stuff like that?
Nope. We don't really eat pasta. Should do a sleepover and garlic bread. And can we do our nails? Noxie, can I do your nails?
That sounds so fun.
Here's a hole.
Ah, I'm stuck.
This just brought me back to the air tram station.
What the hell? I didn't even know this existed.
Oh, I actually did because I came here when I was looking for... My nails are already done, but you can redo them. What color are they?
Why don't you eat pasta?
Mr. Rin says it's not that it upsets his tummy.
Well, maybe he has a gluten intolerance.
I don't think so, because he eats bagels.
Mm.
Oh, something interesting happened during my weekend? I'm listening, JC. I would love to hear about it. How about that sand?
How about that sand? Let's go in here. There might be sand.
Oh, okay. That's worth a shot. They're currently black because they match my dress shirt. I think black nails are super hot.
Mm.
If I have my nails painted black, then I even think I'm hot. Like, wow, I'm so hot right now. Pull on those. Okay, next room. I was at my local gas station, and when I got to the cashier, about 10 cop cars and 20 police officers were arresting some people, and I didn't know if it would look good walking out during an arrest. Oh, so did you just stay in until the cops left? That sounds kind of scary.
This does not look like the area that has
Have
the
more
sand.
confidence, you're always hot. Oh, thank you. I don't think anybody needs to tell Rinfinite to have more confidence. I think somebody probably needs to tell Rinfinite to, like, shut up. Every once in a while, you know what I mean?
Never.
Just every once in a while. Just every once in a while. She talks too much. Well, that was very silly. I went through the door. Even though I hadn't clicked on the go through door button yet.
Oh no.
Oh, you're sand. Wait, no, that's not sand. God dang it. Sand. Wait. Is this sand? Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Okay, well, here's a sewer hole.
Is that the one we just... No, we didn't go through this one yet.
Sand? Nope, that's a puddle.
Sand?
Sand! I got 2 sands, but I need a lot.
Here's one.
Okay. Thank you. I wonder if I need to, like, upgrade my harvesting powers. I probably have some points I can spend.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Salvaging, foraging.
Salvaging.
Crafting. Farming, cooking,
Salvaging
fishing,
is what we're doing right now, I believe.
repairing. Community.
My head kind of hurts.
A lot of my friends talk too much. What's that supposed to be?
Okay, so...
Alright.
We need 5 sand for 1 glass. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I
think you need 2
have
glass.
7.
Do you want to try this door? It might have.
Isn't that the one we came out of, or no?
Is it? I don't remember.
Is this sand?
I thought the one was above ground that we went through, but...
This isn't sand.
No, just decoration.
But it could have been.
It could have been.
Could be real. Let me pick up the plant.
I wonder if we go in a door by Dr. Marie, if that will.
I can't ride that!
I know, I'm coming back.
No, it's fine. I'll just go the long way. What's this? Blank sea? LOL. Hydrate. Thank you, JJ. How are you? You're still streaming, aren't you? Or no?
Are you guys done streaming?
We're going to the lab.
The lab. You could get those algae.
Oh, while we're there. That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. This one.
Let me fix this. Alright, let's go.
It's these.
Okay, then fishing. Ooh, this one's sparkling.
This one's also sparkling.
Click. She's in the sewer. Yeah. What of it?
We're sewer rats.
The cutest sewer rats you've ever seen.
Yeah, we're getting sewer algae to...
Moral of the story, there was a sewer man? Oh, of course. You think if we wait, one more will appear and I can get a third one?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't fix these ones. These ones are locked.
Oh yeah, it's locked behind the quest for Dr. Marie.
Hammer. Sewerman, that does sound like a Yakuza enemy.
Oh, sand. That's just the rubble from...
Oh, from the thing that we just broke.
Yeah.
Sand!
Sand!
Ooh, fish!
Fish? Is it more algae or is it actually fish?
I assume it's just algae. Oops, I fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Oh, there's a door. Let's go through the door. It's 5 energy though. Do you have 5 energy?
Let's find out. I do not.
Okay.
But we could recharge it.
Yeah, let's recharge.
Is it sand?
No, no sand. We can break this stuff.
Oh, we can break it though.
There might be sand on the other side.
There could be sand on the other side. There could be. Maybe.
There's not. Ooh, more rubble.
Oh my gosh, there's a door up here that's worth 10.
Ooh. Shortcut.
Sand?
Oh, what's this over here? Oh, sand! I found it. I found some sand.
Sand? Yay! Now I have health.
Yippee!
That's enough.
Cardboard.
Fix.
Hello, Felix. Thank you for the follow. Felix Kitty Cat. How are you?
Hi, Felix. How you doing? Okay, which way do I need to go?
You need to go this way. You can recharge your battery while you're here.
Charge it up, charge it up.
It's raining, it's pouring.
The old man is snoring. Okay.
Do you like the pencil barricade? It's so funny.
Do I actually really like it a lot.
Hello.
How are you? Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, meow.
I'm gonna have to get up and go to the bathroom in a minute.
You can go now if you want.
But I need to remember what I'm doing.
Okay. You're crafting glass.
Oh, I didn't even get my third algae.
Oh no. I can give you one of mine.
Okay.
Okay.
You have some seeds you could donate to the cause?
Seeds?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't drop it because it's a key item.
Seeds or sand?
Algae.
Oh, that's not a big deal. I'll get it. I have many tasks I need to complete today, but I just want to lay on my couch and rot.
That sounds...
Ben, raid before you leave. Oh, hi, Ben!
Heading
Thank you
to
so
D&D.
much for the raid.
I hope you have fun at D&D. Raid on YouTube. There's raids?
I think you can, like, have everyone from your channel go to another place. Thanks,
okay.
Ben. That's really nice of you. Meowdy, y'all. My name is Rinfinite, and this is Mashimaro. And every Sunday we do cozy games together. And right now I forgot who I raided into from a few of your streams. I remember they wanted me to call you Piss Dog.
That's Minnie and Charlie.
Minnie and Charlie don't respect you?
It was Garomi's idea, I think.
I mean, they had to go along with it. Yay!
Aww,
okay, now that my class is going, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll be right back, and we can show the Ben Raiders the game.
Yeah. Ads. Okay, I'll be right back as well.
Good idea.
Hello. This is the 30th time I've made myself tea. What kind of tea do you make yourself? What order do you open VTube Studio, OBS, and Discord? Do you want to know what order I open OBS, VTube Studio, and Discord in? Because I have a very specific way. Discord auto launches for me, so I always have Discord open. Hi. Friend's glass is ready. It's ready, it's ready. Oh no, have you guys been able to hear Rin? Because I might have had voice chat muted on my stream. It's not raining anymore. Whoa, that emote's crazy!
Ew.
That emote is crazy!
Yeah, it is. How did that get approved?
I don't know.
There's no way. Rin, what order do you... Oh, so I open VTube Studio. Discord I don't really do in any order. I open Discord at any point whenever I remember to do it. But I do VTube Studio first, then mix it up, then OBS. Okay.
I'm gonna head out now. Bye-bye. Hope you guys have a good stream.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Onyata.
JJ totally ignored me.
What?
When you say VTube Studio gets mad at you. What?
VTube Studio doesn't get mad at me. I had a bit of a problem with it today with my ear.
Yeah.
But it was fixable. But you said if you open it out of order? So mix it up doesn't really like it if you open it.
Yeah, you have to open and mix it up before OBS.
And you have to open and
for
mix
me
it up
it's the
before
opposite.
OBS.
Yeah. Mix it up.
So I have to do VTube Studio and then OBS. No, VTube Studio and then mix it up and then OBS.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Okay, show my new tool to Mita. Okay. Whew. My headache came back. I gotta take some ibuprofen.
I also had to take ibuprofen. Water. I asked you, do you want to know what order I open it? No response.
I texted my mom back and she was like, I thought it would be a fun thing to do for Mother's Day. Okay, but it's also your birthday. Like, she still hasn't brought up her birthday. I would also like to know, I'm wondering if that matters.
No, it's the same as Ren. I don't know, for some reason if I open OBS before mix it up, my redeems don't work.
And I've been doing it ever since Mashi told me to. Mita! Now let's find those duplicates. Yay! Time to explore some more abandoned places. This time scour the apartment buildings. bring back the artifacts on the list. A rubber duck.
A rubber duck.
Okay, so what do we think are the apartments?
The apartments are like, oh my gosh, it's so hard to like figure out which are which.
Well, let's
So
just run around and see what happens.
Maybe these are the apartments right here. Well, this is the historical quarter. I think this might be like the office areas. We can run around.
This looks like it could be an apartment.
True, it does. What's that over there?
She showed me a picture of it, but I didn't pay enough attention.
What is that over here? I want to go over there.
This is apartments for sure, but we have to find a door.
Ooh.
What if we try jumping up?
I'm gonna die.
What do you mean you're gonna die?
I fell off the map. I'm not gonna die, but I'm gonna...
OBS and Discord don't get along. I've never had that problem. And VTube Studio will disconnect us partway through stream, but then never again. Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain that.
Okay, I need to... What the heck just happened?
Where's this gonna take me?
Are you up here, Red?
I'm on the roofs.
A bouncy pad?
Yeah. It doesn't seem to have accomplished anything.
No. Doesn't look like it. Those might be the apartments
that
over
looks
there.
like apartments.
It does.
Red, that brick building?
Yeah, let's go through this door.
An arrow.
There's a door over here.
Yeah. Oh, I have no battery.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you.
But we're right by the dance floor.
Right by the dance floor.
Grateful. You know what the Discord
Oh
OBS
yeah, I
issue
just found...
is? I know what the issue is. I don't know why it's happening or how to fix it. Did you go in already, Mashi?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I have to find a battered rubber duck and a used rubber duck. How do I know where to use this item?
I just use it right here where I'm standing.
Oh. Here.
And you have to hit E to collect everything. Kind of.
Okay.
Doesn't do it automatically, sadly.
It's happening because I've been uniquely chosen to suffer in the digital world. That's not true. Oh, there's one here.
Oh, that's a lot of carbon fiber I just found. What the heck? I found a piece of the dreamy mask! Oh my gosh! That's what I'm missing. I need like 3 more pieces for my outfit. Yeah, the headpiece is the only part I'm missing.
Nice! I got stuff!
I like stuff.
I
got emo skinny jeans.
Bryn, did you see my Apollo Justice art? I don't think I did.
Oh, emo jacket.
Would you care to direct me where to look? Or send it to me directly?
Are you talking about the art you made for your stream? Because I liked it a lot.
Maybe I've seen it? Emo boots piece. Emo boots. I found an emo boots piece and I also found emo boots.
So you completed the boots. You don't need any more pieces. Yeah.
I see. Some loot in here? No? Some loot right here. Dreamy dress piece!
Yay!
You could be twinning.
We could be twinning. This is the first thing I'm gonna go for when when early access releases.
Is the Dreamy outfit? Wow.
Yeah, it's so cute.
I like that I was able to make my Infinite outfit pretty much right away.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Oh, I got another Dreamy dress piece.
You should get the ability where you can get like double the artifacts. If you haven't already.
I don't know if I have any points.
Yeah, whenever you do. It's very helpful.
To hold double the artifacts?
No, to like have a chance to pick up an extra one.
I see. Okay, well I can't get it right now. I'll have to take a look for it, JJ. You and Sun got married in Tomodachi Life, by the way.
Oh, cute!
Hooray!
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. I want to live here.
Yeah, this is cute.
Okay, so next is take the artifacts back to Mita.
Back to Mita.
I had a time in Tomodachi Life yesterday. Everybody was being really antisocial. I didn't open the game yesterday, actually, at all. Me and Mr. Rin have been playing Skyward Sword, and we beat it yesterday.
Oh, nice. Did you,
I really liked
think
it.
About the ending?
I liked it.
Did it
sad.
make you sad? Yeah.
Yes!
Are you trying to get up there?
Looks like there's some good stuff up there.
I know. Maybe we can get on that ladder. Oh, you almost made it. You almost made it. I wish I could hoist you up. Oh, there you go. There you go. You did it.
I did it. What's my reward?
It's cardboard.
Yay.
Yay.
Cardboard. Wait. I can also sit in this beanbag chair.
Yes. I can sit. Oh, I like these lights.
Why is it the only beanbag chair we can sit in?
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's find Mita.
To our left?
I think so. Okay. Hey, Infinite, nice haul. This should be enough to reassure Atlas. Okay. Let me guess, you two are gonna try and convince me to recycle my artifacts. Nah.
I like Atlas, he's so silly.
We don't need this. I've never heard anything more delulu. Infinite found 2 rubber ducks? That's peak, not gonna lie. I thought these were gone. I guess Milo's recycler is legit. Now, Mita, would you and your brother please stop fighting? I literally feel like I'm back in my babysitter era. You know he's just trying to help. Hilarious.
Come on, send that man to the Shadow Realm. Oh, I'm lagging so bad on my stream.
Oh no. Okay, so I have to build a recycler next, and I need 2 circuit boards and 3 glass. So I'm gonna need a fuck ton more sand is what I'm hearing.
You can have my sand. What the hell? I might need to restart the game. I'll find you.
I'll find you. We'll find each other again.
We will.
We're meant to be together.
Loftia, not Lofita.
Lofita. Crooner proficiency up. Okay, well, what do I want to do?
You're not in my friends list anymore.
What?
Are you just Rinfinite? Oh my gosh. Come on, game.
Invite to group.
There
I invited
you
you to group.
Oh, we have to be in the same instance for that to work, I think.
Okay,
I'm jumping to you.
Okay. Hydrate. Thank you, Jay. I need it.
Where are you?
I'm behind Leela underground. I thought I'd look around here for some sand. And I found some.
Are you through the door?
No.
I see you.
I'm here.
Hi.
Oh, there's a door. Let's go in.
Oh, this is where you get sand.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this will have sand, I think.
Good, because I need a ton. Thanks for lurking, JJ.
Thanks for lurky.
Hammer. Wait, are you even down here with me?
I don't see you.
I don't see you either. So, I guess we're alone. You'll be okay, probably. Unless... There you are!
I see you! Hi! Did you find any sand yet? I thought there would be sand.
I'm not sure.
Carbon fiber there if you need it.
Okay, let's try through here. Come on. You can do it, game. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Did you crash, or...?
It's just a black screen still. Well, I'll let it sit for a minute.
I got sand from using my tool, the locator tool.
Oh, that's nice. I don't know what I did. I just went through a door and it seemed to have crashed my game. So I'm gonna close it and reopen it.
Alt F4, yeah.
It is a playtest still. It's beta.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we can go back to that door because I seem to have found...
I'll wait with my question. You can ask a question. I'm still here. Now I'm curious.
What did Rin do? Is that what you were asking? Is that your question?
I don't think so. Okay, the game opened. What's your favorite Disney movie and your least favorite one?
My favorite Disney movie. Your favorite Disney. What's your favorite? I'm curious too.
Tangled? I like Tangled. I don't know. There's so many of them. Least favorite?
Yeah, I'm kind of having trouble picking my least favorite.
What's your favorite?
Probably
Something
Mulan.
that you dislike? I can't think of a single one that I dislike.
Are you still in the underground? Did it spawn
it actually spawned me back where I crashed, so that's nice.
Okay, that is nice. Yeah, Mulan's probably my favorite. My least favorite? Probably Snow White. I wasn't really into Snow White as a kid.
That's okay. Disney movie I don't like. Nothing's coming to me. Hammer. Oh, hi.
I found you.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Well, let me invite you to a group.
Okay.
Lilo and Stitch is my favorite Treasure Planet. Oh, people would have your head for that.
I don't have a problem with Treasure Planet. Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorites for sure. I've watched it a lot of times. Is Bugs Life Disney? I also really loved Bugs Life as a kid.
Is Bugs Life Disney or Pixar is Pixar part of Disney?
Maybe it was not Disney at the time. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Bugs Life is definitely the one I've seen the most times.
Actually, I don't know.
A Disney movie I don't like.
I couldn't really get into Brave either.
I liked it.
Disney Pixar both.
A Disney movie I don't like. It's well animated, but it didn't do much for me, and that's okay. like different things. It's a movie I don't like. My friend says, hey, we're gonna get together and watch this movie, and I'm like, nah, I think I'm good. Which movie is it?
Is sand here for you?
No. Here it is. I really can't. I'm not. One that I don't like is not coming to me. Let me Google worst Disney movies.
Oh, Hunchback of Notre Dame is like a horror movie.
It does make me feel awkward as well. That one does give me an awkward feeling, but I don't dislike it. Chicken Little.
Chicken Little! I actually really like that one.
I don't particularly care for Chicken Little.
Oh, is Meet the Robinsons Disney? That's probably my favorite, actually.
Home on the Range was not my fave. Jonas Brothers, the 3D concert experience is the second worst Disney film according to IMDb, and Chicken Little's the first worst.
That's crazy.
There's a Beauty and the Beast mid-cool. Planes, LOL.
Chicken Little apparently is the worst.
I like Chicken Little.
I do too, Sunny.
Hannah Montana the movie. Kronk's New Groove? That's just not nice.
Yeah, I don't... Emperor's New Groove is like...
Wonderland live action is very interesting. Because I actually saw that movie a bunch of times because I went on a Disney cruise around when that movie came out.
Okay.
Flubber I didn't really like.
Flubber. I think we had that on VHS.
Well, there you go. Those are my answers. Okay, so I need to go make glass now.
Over here.
Might as well refill my battery. R.I.P. Chicken Little. I didn't like it. But I didn't like Home on the Range either. Suga, hi hon!
Hi, Sugar!
Banished by Rin to the deep fryer? You asked me to pick one and I was gonna say none. Suga, I'm happy to see you. I hope things are going alright. Hey, honey. Hey, honey.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about eating grilled cheese.
Okay.
I was just thinking about that. Because my headache came back and now I feel kind of weird. I took more, yeah. I don't know if we have anything else that's easy though. You can check, but...
I've been waiting for this day so I can follow.
Yay! Happy to see you. It's okay if we need to eat the grilled cheese. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'm just a little bit worried about, like, you know, I took a bunch of ibuprofen today, and then I have to take... Are you okay? Yeah. I just didn't sleep very well. I had to wake up early for something. I need more sand still. I don't have enough.
Oh no.
Just teasing me? Yeah, I banished it to the deep fryer. So I didn't sleep very well. So after I got up and had breakfast, Mr. Wren took care of our errands that we had to do this morning, which was really, really nice of him. We were supposed to go meet a friend who's moving out of their apartment and, like, help them clean the apartment so they can get their security deposit back. And that would have been miserable. With the headache I had. No thanks. Circuit boards is the other thing I can make. Make this. I don't think I can place it. Yeah, I need to upgrade my Lexus. So I went back to sleep, and I slept for a couple more hours, and then I felt better. But probably now that I've just been staring at the computer screen this whole time I've been awake.
Yeah.
Probably not the best for you.
No.
I didn't eat, like, a very good lunch, either. Alright, I gotta find 3 more pieces of sand.
You got this.
I need that other algae, so maybe I'll go fish that other algae and maybe some sand will show up. Give me the plant. Oh, I'm full. I'm full on plants. Well, there you go. Sand. Sand. I need some sand. Try massaging the back of your neck. There could be tension there. Okay, I will try. Okay. I will try.
Yeah, that feels nice.
It does feel nice. Oh yeah.
Oh,
just like
yeah.
playing the game Hosey. Ooh, that feels nice. Mr. Wren gives a very good neck massage. This person's dressed up as a purple fairy, and not in a cute way.
Oh my god, I got the Mothman onesie.
Oh, maybe that's what he's wearing. I get migraines a lot, and when water, sleep, and meds weren't working, I would massage that area and it would help. Yeah, I've also found, and maybe this is a little silly, but there's like YouTube videos that are like, listen to this buzzing noise when you have a migraine, and that usually makes me feel pretty better, a little bit better too.
God.
But I don't think what I have is a migraine. I think I'm just hungry and have a regular headache. Sand? Any sand for Infinite? Anywhere sand? Okay. Let's look around again. There's probably sand somewhere. Sugar's getting auto-corrected. Sand? Oh, I got 2! Nice!
Nice.
Exactly how much I needed. so now I'm here. Going back to my house. To make a third piece of glass, and then I also need to figure out how to make circuit boards.
Circuit boards.
Yeah, circuit boards.
I think that's a refining.
It's something you find, it's not something you make?
I think it's a refining material. Like, you have to refine it.
I think so too. I think so too. You guys, did you see that Mori Calliope tweeted yesterday that she's taking a break and doesn't know when she's coming back?
I thought she tweeted that forever ago.
It happened again.
Uh-oh. I did not see that.
Damn it, I still need one more sand. Once beta's over, what happens to Loftia? They do some work on it and then it goes into alpha, is that right?
It goes into early access.
Early access, thank you.
Everything, all our data is going to be wiped, so everyone can start fresh. I don't think it would be very fair if, like, all of us were way ahead of the other players.
I guess that's true.
But it is sad that we will lose, like, everything.
I spent so long looking for sand.
Uh-huh.
And I still need one more.
Well, that area where the underground area by Leela, like the subway.
That's where I'm gonna go. Early access date released?
There's no date. There's no date yet.
There's no date for it? And probably everyone will be able to join.
Everyone can join, yeah. Early access will be on Steam.
Open for everyone.
Mm-hmm. I think it will cost because they're not gonna do like a... They're not gonna do like a gacha or stuff like that, but... So it'll have a price on it.
Yeah, I don't mind paying for a game.
Yeah, me either. Honestly, I am happy to pay for a game because that means it won't, like, be riddled with, like, in-game purchases.
Yeah. Let's go in this door.
We don't have a price point yet, Sugar, but as soon as we figure it out, I'll let you know.
So there's a person in our world named Cinny Minnie.
Cinny Minnie?
It can't be them.
That's crazy!
It can't be. Because I'm Infinite and I'm standing right in front of them, so they would have said something.
They would have said something, surely.
Magnets. How do they work?
I'm already in the same server as my friend? Where's my friend?
I'm in a cave.
You're in a cave, okay.
Getting sand.
She's getting that sand. Turning it into glass.
Somebody's got to bring home the bacon. It's not gonna be Mashi.
But I'm the dog.
Does that mean you think you should bring home the bacon?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'll allow it.
Yay. But you don't eat bacon.
I would if I could. I've been getting BLTs from Panera lately.
Yum.
But I think I might finally be sick of it. Because I didn't finish my BLT last time I got one.
I always order like I always ordered their secret menu item. It was like a chicken salad.
Secret menu?
Well, it seemed like they did. They would make me a chicken Caesar salad sandwich, and it was so good. But
I do like their chicken Caesar salad at Panera.
Yeah, but it was like on I don't know what bread they used for it, but it was delicious, and I'm sad that...
I know they do a wrap.
Yeah. But every time I ask for like a chicken Caesar salad sandwich, they're like,
they just make it?
Wrap? No, they don't know what it is anymore.
Oh! That's a shame.
Like, we have a wrap, we don't have a sandwich. Dang.
When I worked at Jamba Juice, we had a secret menu.
I think every restaurant has like some sort of secret menu.
It's like, these are discontinued, but if somebody asks for it, we'll still make it for them.
Yeah.
There's another one right here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Here. And here. Give me this stuff. Oh, I have some upgrade points.
Actually, maybe I want to go back to my house.
What category would this be in?
What category? Like the game category?
Like, which stat is it? Fishing, research?
Oh. Yes, are you looking?
I don't have a one that says I get more than one artifact.
Let me see.
Not an option for me yet.
Might be a level 6 thing.
It is a level 6 thing. Okay. What's this? What's this, and can I break it? Okay. Nice. Give me the stuff. Give me the goods! There's another one out here. Yeah. Yay! A used fidget spinner.
Oh no, it's not a level 6. It's under research and then it says carry limit. Oh no, that's carry limit. Damn it.
Yeah, I already got that one.
Oh, I guess there's not one for that. I thought there was, because I've been getting like 2 of each. Okay.
Maybe it just happens.
Yeah.
Maybe it just happens for cool people, you know?
You're cool.
Maybe it's happening for me too. Alright. Now I'm going back to my house. Again.
Now, when they say craft 5 different outfits, does that mean I need, like, every single piece of that?
Or just 5 clothing pieces?
Yeah.
What kind of a quest is that for?
I think it's for the clothing lady.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Linda.
Linda? Oh yeah, she's the fashion lady.
And if you complete it, you get a little birthday hat. I don't think that's worth it.
Little birthday hat?
Yeah, a little. Oh no. Like, why do my crops look wilted? Oh, it's just because it's wheat.
Wait, so that's going to take 2 minutes to craft, so I'm actually going to go back to Loftia City now.
Oh, vines are what we get from the side of the houses, I think? The side of the buildings? Okay.
Yes.
Because you need those to
Taryn,
craft a
thank you for
level
hydrate.
3, level 4 battery. I want to
really?
craft... Yeah. I want to craft... a seed maker.
Where's the...
Oh, I need to upgrade my
Chef man, I see.
processing.
Chef man. Can I not? It'd be nice if I could buy seeds here, but I can't. Did you guys know you're both pretty cool and awesome? I think you're pretty cool and awesome too, Norman.
Norman.
Need to buy one more egg. There we go. Okay.
She
Then
needs an egg.
I gotta find the mayor lady.
The mayor lady?
Yeah, the one who can, like, give me permits.
Oh, yeah, Monty, yeah.
Is she even here?
Yeah.
I don't see her. Oh no, there she is. I didn't know she had a hard hat on. Project bot. Oh, I have a question.
They're really pretty for sure. Thanks, Taryn.
We're building a wind turbine here. Today's contribution, donate metal plates and carrot cake. What is carrot cake gonna do?
Feed the...
Feed the workers?
Feed the community and the workers, yeah. I need 1,000? Money, you're breaking my wallet.
Where is she? Here. Yeah, I don't have any money. It's gonna make me go back to my house and sell my stuff, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You probably need at least
processing
like...
stations. I need 300.
You could sell the bananas you got.
Yeah. Well, I can't sell unless I'm at my house. Is that right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So let's go back home. To sell some stuff so that I can purchase the permit so that I can be allowed to have 2 refiners at once.
I need 3 now.
You need 3?
Yeah, if I want to place my seed maker, I need to get, because I already have 2 refiners. SMH.
The glass is done. I can make my scrambled eggs.
If you get the cinnamon tea recipe, all you need to do is use cinnamon for it.
Oh, okay.
It's really cheap to make.
I'll look for that. Okay, I have everything except for the power, so I'm going to recharge my battery. Battery charged. Recycler machine crafted. Now I have to place it down. But I can't.
Because you need a processing thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Alright, where's that box for selling stuff? Okay. I can sell some cacao. I can sell...
Okay, I should have enough now.
Can I sell, like, my... Oh, they're not worth anything. Never mind. My used fidget spinner. Ship it. Ship it real good. Okay, now we go back to the city. To get the permit.
For the processing.
For the processor. And then once we have the permit,
we can place down the recycler.
Once we have the recycler placed down, we can make the 6 colorful tiles or whatever. Alright, first, I'm gonna turn in. Oops. My scrambled eggs that I made. Nice. Thank you for your contribution. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit him with my hammer. Okay, then I would like to chop from you, please. Because Mashi says there's a cinnamon tea recipe. I'll get that. Okay, now... back to Amani. I think like a horse in this game would go very hard.
A horse? There are gonna be... I think there is gonna be pets, and if maybe they will be mountable pets? I don't know.
Maybe they'll be mountable pets. Come on. Talk to Amani. Purchase my permit. Processing station upgrade. Upgrade. Permit upgraded. Now I go back to my house. Meow. Maybe one of these days I'll get those boots.
Do you still need to get the recipe, or do you have the recipe?
I still need to get the recipe. I guess maybe I should have some stuff going in the processor so that I can turn it in. Because that research machine wants the processed items, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, recycler.
I need 4 bricks.
The recycler lets you reclaim resources from stuff you don't need. Choose an item to recycle and you'll be able to get the materials. Okay.
I don't have enough.
Let me recycle. Damn, a spotless Lafufu. I can't believe I have a spotless Lafufu.
You're recycling a spotless Lafufu.
No, I'm not gonna recycle that. That's worth something. Takes 30 seconds to recycle each thing? Oh my gosh, it's gonna be here for a bit.
Looks like it'll keep processing. Yeah, it'll keep processing even if you walk away. But don't leave or else it won't keep processing.
I will not leave. Cinnamon tea, complete. Let's make another one.
Need more algae. There's all the algae.
Oh. I'd love to buy some seeds too, that would be pretty good. Take my output. Start the next one. Charge the battery. Okay, we got seaweed leather. What?
8 minutes for my
thing to be
bricks. My bricks. Cinnamon rolls! Hell yeah, I'm making cinnamon rolls.
Yummy!
I'm out of cinnamon. No, I'm out of energy. I have cinnamon.
Oh, if I recycle a higher quality item, I get more tiles. That's faster. Oh, now I see.
What the hell just happened?
Can I make the tree thing now?
You should teleport to me so you're in my neighborhood.
Oh, I can in a minute when my stuff's done.
Okay.
Take output, and then we just need to make one more thing.
Oh. Algae, 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 algae. I only have one algae. Dang, I ran out so quick.
Tiles, 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 tiles.
I have 10 spotless lafufus.
10?
10 of them.
Damn, we're gonna be rich. I'll just make some more tiles while I'm here, because I need to wait for this to be done. Did you tell me earlier what type of item I need to donate to get the recipe for the shoes?
I can't remember, but I can go look real quick.
I mean, I'm about to go over there. Okay. I've got some stuff to turn in. Let's go. One thing I like about this game is that there just keeps being something to do.
I do like that.
Oh, well, now I can go over here and get some of these so that I can do this. Norman. Okay, I have 2 quests to turn in the Hanging Gardens. So let's go to the Hanging Gardens real quick, and then I can buy some seeds. Loftia. It's Loftia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are those scrambled eggs worth a good chunk of money?
Are they?
Or is it just egg for them?
You have to use 3 eggs to make a scrambled egg.
Oh, okay. I don't see the soy. It was like a sweet soy milk recipe that everyone was talking about. Hi, Bormon. Nice to see you.
Honey, you don't have to make dinner without me. I can come down and we can make dinner together. I don't know if you heard me. Okay, Coon is there. This guy is there. Okay, great. I need to visit all 3 of these people. Oh, thank you for hydrate, Bormal. Okay. Whee! Grass. Clay.
mean, hi, Mashi. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry?
Why are you sorry?
Why are you sorry, huh?
Because are you about to redeem refill water bottle? No. What are you sorry about?
And I said it's nice to see you, and you said I'm sorry.
Okay, that quest complete. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to hit you with my hammer. Wait, I have another one to report back to? I guess it just hasn't. Rin, are you sick? Your throat sounds like you want to cough. No? I didn't sleep very well. Maybe I wasn't talking very loud. This is kind of weird because I've actually done those quests already, so... Why are they still in, even though they're done? What's up with that?
What's up with that? Mashi, thank you for saying hi. I'm
Being very, very polite today. Good job. Okay, I need to get to the flower lady next. Oh, I'm maxed out this. Human. Okay, need to keep going this way. Whee! Okay, where is she? I went too far. Today I lost someone very special, my Tamagotchi. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't want to charge. Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry. Sounds like you lost a good friend.
I don't understand the seed maker. I'm putting 14 wheat in and it's only giving me 4 seeds.
What?
That doesn't make sense.
That can't be right. You have a new quest? Painting furniture? Alright. Now am I ready to go?
Wait.
Back to Dr. Marie? I think I am.
Wait, no, that's not right.
That's a weird thing to say, Bormon, but okay. Oh wait, did you want me to come to your house?
No, it's okay. My neighborhood's full now. Oh, no, yeah, teleport to me, quick. Quick!
Oh, I'm on a loading screen!
No! It's okay.
Can I still do it?
Yeah, still go once you load in. Because if you teleport to me, you have a chance of spawning in my neighborhood.
Okay. Jump to friend, and nothing's happening.
I have to be outside of my neighborhood.
I clicked to jump to friend, but it didn't do anything.
What does it say in the chat menu?
In the chat menu?
Yeah, there's like sometimes there's like an error message.
You are already in the same server as your friend, it says.
Okay, that's fine.
It's a weird thing to say. I will never ever. I can't. I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm glad you're happy.
If it's a weird thing to say, I will never ever share good vibes. Just kidding. I will regardless. Okay. Okay, no, that's not right. One wheat equals 4 seeds.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah.
Much better. Wait, I have a fuck ton of seeds. What the hell?
What the heck?
These could have been growing this whole time.
They take an hour. Wheat, did you say? Or what?
I don't have wheat.
What kind of seeds?
I've got squash, I've got lettuce, I've got all sorts of stuff.
Thank you for the head pat, Darren.
Lettuce and cotton. Okay, let's get the watering can. Okay, plants are watered. The water is refilled. Let's get some money. Okay. And then okay, right. I need to go. I need to go back to the what's its space?
Poppy Mochi, that's a cute name.
Emoji?
Poppy Mochi.
Mochi? I signed up for a thing in Japan where we get to make our own mochi candy.
Yum! That sounds delicious. What was I doing here? Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn this in and then it's about 4:30.
Yes.
So I'll go downstairs. We're gonna make hamburgers. If I were in Japan, I would visit Nintendo store. That is on the plan.
You know Rin wouldn't miss out on the Nintendo store.
Of course we wouldn't. We're actually staying in a hotel that used to be the Nintendo headquarters. What, you're going to Japan? Yes, this summer. Me and Mr. Rin have been saving up. Nobody told me?
She's been talking about it.
Well, yep, I am. Okay, they've mended their sibling relationship. Let me guess, I'm not invited? You're not. That is very true, and you are not invited. I barely have enough money to spend on just on the stuff that we're gonna do. Brent's going to Japan, what? Okay, turn that quest in. So, I'm not sure what I'm supposed... Oh, yeah. Let me turn in my stuff I have at the museum, and then I'll go down and we'll make dinner together. Me and Mr. Ren.
Yippee! Is it dinner time for the Gigi?
No, you can't.
Yeah, dinner time for Gigi.
The person who would appear with Moshi and Pumpkin had a child? I don't know about that.
What?
Oh, me too. Because I was brutal but honest. The perfect combination of Moshi and Pumpkin, I guess.
Which one's brutal and which one's honest?
You're the honest. Well, no, Pumpkin's gotta be the brute. Pumpkin will tell you how it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I need a used floppy disk, I need a used floppy disk and a used boombox to get the recipe for the boots. So I guess I have to go back underground.
Yeah, okay, we can do that more when we...
Yeah, we can do that after. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, let me talk to this guy.
Do we want to log out or do we want to stay?
I was gonna log out.
Okay. Log out. We'll set up words on stream.
Alright. Do I have to press save or do you just quit?
No, you don't have to. There's no save.
Just quit. Okay, guys, we're gonna put up words on stream. We'll be back in like an hour after we eat, okay? See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.
Hello. Rin's taking a nap. Rin is taking a nappy nap. She'll be back soon. Dinner was already made, so it took me not that long to come back. I wanna work on getting soybeans so I can make my soy milk. Yeah, she's taking a nap.
Sunbathing.
He's always sunbathing now. He loves it. He loves the sun. So I need to go get soybean. Soybean and sugar. Where do I get sugar? Do I have to buy that? Probably. Sugar, sugar, do 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 do. Yeah. No, this way. I always go that way. I need to go to the air tram. Let's go, let's go. Oh my gosh, that was weird. I rubber banded. Hanging gardens, yes. Let's go. Water. It's really hot today in my house. Sad. I feel like I'm in a sauna. I wonder how I get the second glider upgrade. Did I fulfill this one? Wait, that's just... Oh, that's not even... Okay. That's nothing. Soybean. Let's do, like... don't have enough money. Soybeans are expensive, holy heck. Fucking love this cottagecore VTuber sister. Fucking love her. I fucking love Postoic. Guys, go follow Postoic at twitch.tv/Postoic. He's so awesome. No, I'm not smiling. I have to. I can't help it. I can't help it. No, I was before. I lied. I'm a liar. Soybeans. Come get your soybeans. Oh, I only have 9. Well, at least I don't have to water them. Can we go see if... Back to the hanging gardens. And shout out for Stoic. Go follow Stoic. Yes, I want flowers, please. We need to go to Kun. You've been playing this a bit, right? How is it? It's good! It's good! I have 3 days left. It does need some work with the multiplayer. If you travel, like, whenever you travel away, it, like, puts you in a different server, so that's kind of annoying. But, like, the gameplay loop is really nice. The harvesting, foraging, salvaging, I really like that. I like the character customization is really good. I like that at any time you can just like customize your character. I would like heterochromia. There's no heterochromia right now. Or is it easy to reconnect? Yeah, you can just like jump to your friend, but it's unfortunate if your friend's server's full and then because then you can't join them. So like you're stuck. I'm sure like when it's released they're gonna improve multiplayer a lot because in the trailer I saw like you can like decorate houses together, you can like invite, I don't know, the invitation system was so different in the trailer. Oh, there's sugar. I needed that. I'll use all my money to buy sugar. There you go. What else? The switching between the tools is kind of annoying. I can't use my scroll wheel, and I can't use my num 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. Like, you know, you can't do that in Stardew Valley. So I'm used to the Stardew Valley tool cycle thing. Other than that, I like the story. I like how much effort they put into these maps. Like, it's really pretty. The dev team is only like 10 people. Yeah, maybe less than that. It's really impressive what they're doing. It helps. Like, it helps, but like the tool cycle thing only lets you switch between 2 tools. So if I press R, I'm gonna move Rin down. If I press R, you can see in the bottom right corner, it only lets me cycle between 2 tools. It'd be nice if they made it so you could cycle through all of your tools just by pressing R. They'll fix it, I'm sure. I'm sure there's been complaints. I've seen a lot of people like in the server like, why don't you add this? And they're like really responsive with adding things that the players want. They've already done like 2 optimization patches, which is nice. I do lag a little more in the 3rd area, like the urban city. Probably because it's so big. Where am I going? Home? We're going home. I hope you're well though, Stoic. It's so hot in my room. I'm gonna need to go grab a fan, I think. I will be right back. Oh shoot, I think Rin's stream is playing my stream. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll be back. 1 second.
turkey burgers and fries and broccoli.
Oops, this one. Fries
Okay,
and broccoli. Yum.
Have you done Meet Mita next to the crack in Loftia City?
Meet Mita at the crack? No, that's the one I'm on.
Okay, I have that now too.
Okay, let me get into your instance.
Yay! Hello everyone, we're back from dinner. And The Sopranos.
Back from dinner and The Sopranos.
Dinner and The Sopranos. And the dishes.
Have been done.
Mm-hmm. They are done, they're clean. They're dry, they're back on the shelf. Oh, hi Mashi.
I don't see you. Are you here?
Right behind you.
Oh, you're right here. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
You got a bunch of shit in your yard.
This isn't my yard.
Oh. Well, that explains that.
This is your yard.
Hi, Homu. Nice to see
Ooh,
you.
your crops are ready.
Yay!
Delicious.
Yum, yum, yum,
I
yum,
missed
yum,
the
yum,
stream
yum,
somewhere
yum, yum.
because my streak reset. But hi. Hello.
I'm sorry you lost your streak. Okay, let's plant something new before we leave here.
I planted soybean.
What?
I planted soybean.
Delicious. Pew. 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 Then one more. I guess I probably don't really need to water them because it's raining.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's grab things not done. Homu, how are you? Mashi, where'd you go?
I
Hey, JC.
went back to my house.
Back to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Where should we meet up?
At the not the air tram. The balloon.
At the airship?
The balloon.
At the balloon, okay.
Floofy Boo. I like
Huh?
seeing all the different names.
There's somebody named Floopy Boo?
Floofy.
Floofy Boo?
Yeah.
Hot air balloon in hot air balloon in Loftia City will meet?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go!
You here? I think we disconnected.
I just
again.
arrived.
Jump.
Hmm?
I'm jumping to you because I disconnected from you.
Oh, okay, no problem. We're gonna fix the crack. Well, we're gonna learn what we need to do to fix the crack. Probably is more accurate.
Inviting to group.
Yes! She invited me to her group!
Yes!
Guys, this is great news.
This is good news.
Okay.
I see you. Hi.
Mita!
Mita.
Wow, everybody's here.
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here. Mita just told me about everything you did together. Way to go. I knew I could count on you all to help us patch up the crack. Of course, we just had to sort some stuff out first. So is the district finally fixed up? No. Did Mita just say something is good enough? And that she didn't do it all alone? Guess I'm watching, but I'm gonna go do things. There is gonna be no Marriage Monday tomorrow, JC. We have to do something for work, so we'll be streaming a different day this week. Don't worry, a different day. Okay, yeah, alright. Everyone got their artifacts? I've been waiting for an excuse to ditch my beat-up Lafufu.
For ages.
I had way too many Foobies.
Yeah.
That's the spirit.
Oh, so we already made the tiles.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of fun looking.
Oh, cute.
Something with precious materials? There is a word for that.
Our history is literally mending the crack. Being better than before, isn't it, Pebble? Wait, where's Pebble? Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's fine. OMG, you won't believe it. I was checking the tunnels looking for my old pet pals, and there's something down there. Loftia's not just cracked, it's collapsing. No!
What? Let's go to zoom
I know who's behind it.
Huh?
Damn, find out next time.
Yeah, I guess
think
so.
That's the end of that quest line. Thanks for playing.
Oh. Okay. Well, we got Beta Bara.
We got the Beta Bara. Hi, Mod. How are you?
How do we... What is it?
It's a skin that you can put on your pet.
Oh.
But we don't have a pet, so.
Yeah. Well, I still have quests to do.
Well, yeah, there's still other quests.
Mm-hmm. And unlocking all the shop stuff. Two lettuce, two potato. Oh, I need to sell things.
Sell some things.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couch, and I have to put it in my house. Do you want to try and do some of those like exploration missions?
Yeah.
Do you want to do that right now, or do you want to do that in a little bit?
We can do it now.
Okay. Which way is it? The other way or this way?
It is... Let me open my map.
It's one of these two directions.
Opposite of June? Opposite of June? Or is it by June?
I think it's this way.
Okay, I'll follow.
Nope, that ain't it.
No, I think it's around this circle. This brick road.
Aw, man! Okay. Whee! I hope Ren and Mashi are proud of me because you completed all your errands. I'm extremely proud of you. Old Guy Gaming!
Old Guy Gaming, yeah. They were here playing Words on Stream.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to wave. What's the button?
J.
J. For gesture. Please, do it. Rinfinite, do it.
she
There.
she was trying to figure it out.
I did it! Okay, do you want to go do our mission?
Yeah. Bye! I thought he had a skateboard.
He'll know that this means bye.
Laters. Okay, I'm just gonna go around the road.
Okay. Does he not? No, he had a big hammer. Son, I'm very proud of you. What are you gonna do to reward yourself now that it's the night and you don't have to do any more errands?
What's this?
No.
That's Airtran.
Not that one. The whale. The big whale.
The big whale.
Yeah, this way. This one.
Ah.
I guess it's a whale shark.
Yeah.
Oof.
Let's go.
Okay, Mashi has invited you to join in on their adventure. I would like to join. I'm gonna edit some VODs to post on my YouTube channel. Okay, good idea.
Fun.
It says joining an adventure.
I'm still loading in.
No worries. Korufu. Hydrate. Okay.
ILYF.
I love your face.
I love your face. We're here. Ready?
Okay, replace the antenna, energize the beacon, repair it. Well, whatever. We'll make it work. Right, Mashi?
Right.
Let's go! Okay, we're doing a mission, guys. Cheer for us. This is messed up. How we're fused.
We
Okay,
have to do the antennas together. It's a group effort.
Oh, okay. Then we better stay together, huh?
Are you not gonna... There we go. No, this is different. This is the beak.
It's a wildlife feeder.
Wildlife, yeah. They're high up. They're straight ahead. That one way up there.
Oh, that's one of them? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go, Mashi Rin, you can do it!
Thanks.
We're going!
Explorer hat.
Got frog princess shoes.
Can we get up here?
I believe.
I don't see
a
way.
No. Okay, then let's look somewhere else.
Oh, here's one.
Coming. It's a 2-person job.
We did it.
Okay, nice. Speaking of shoes, no, it's what kind of shoes are you getting, Maud? What kind of shoes?
There's a feeder right here.
There's another antenna. Two-person job, let's go!
Nice.
What? Oh, I guess I did it good enough. I always knew Maud was a goody two-shoes, LOL.
We're not gonna waste time in loot.
No, we don't need loot. That's not why we're here. We're here to repair the antenna and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's where we came
Black
from.
dress shoes with a gold floral print? Okay! I guess we're back where we started.
Oh, I fell down. Oh, how do we get to that satellite up there? Maybe we have to glide to it.
I couldn't glide that far. Oh, I'm in a ditch.
Uh-oh.
Okay, there's a house back here.
Oh, there's a house. Okay, I'm coming to you. Because some of them are 2-people jobs.
Okay. Do you see me?
I see you. Maybe we have to upgrade our glider. We got a glider recipe.
We did?
Yeah.
One person, no glider, no propeller.
Oh, one person. Oopsie. Okay, I'll leave.
Okay, I'll try it my best. Boink! I fell in the water and died.
No.
Did I get the... Okay. Woo, okay. That's that ring.
Yay, I got my dress. Yippee!
Let's try this.
Oh, I think I may have figured out a way up. Maybe.
Final Fantasy 14 experience. No! Wait, no, I got it. Okay. There's only 10 seconds left, so I'm not gonna finish.
Dang it. This is hard with, maybe they'll make it easier.
Well, that's why you're supposed to have 4 people, I think.
Yeah.
And they specifically said, like, the guy who teaches you about these, he specifically says, like...
You're not supposed to, like, get it
You're not
right
supposed
away.
to finish everything.
Yeah.
Objectives completed 0 out of 5? Oh, shit.
Yeah, we didn't...
I didn't realize that that's how it counted them. I've never been more excited in my life for shoes. They sound amazing. I'd love to see a picture.
You kicked me out. Okay, you're here too.
Yeah.
Did you have a quest called Slip Zip Hooray?
Yes. That's the one for the shoes that you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you want me to work on that?
No, it's okay. I'm just wondering if we have the same thing.
I do have that quest.
Another?
Yeah. Does anyone when they get in? Yay! Thank you! Is it gonna invite me to come with you?
Yes. I think if we entered at the same time, it will.
Because there was one we...
I know. I don't know why it did that.
Ugh.
Finding other players. Finding other players. Boop, 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 boop. There we are. I'm ready.
Okay.
Prepare the feeders, redirect the antenna.
There's only 2 antennas. So let's focus on everything that's not the gauntlets first, and then if we have time, we can do the gauntlets.
Okay.
Sound okay?
Yeah. I hear something over here.
You hear something?
Yeah, like the... Aha!
Oh, wow! Oh. Nothing here.
I hear another one.
Yeah, here's the other one. That's convenient.
Yeah, they were right next to each other.
Oh! I got a bloom!
Yay!
Nice. What's in here?
Or
nothing. Literally just one rock.
You want to get that?
Yeah. Okay, that one's done.
I'll get this one.
Okay, I'll continue ahead. Why don't you look over there? I guess I'll go this way. Oh, this is something. Use your battery to power up beacons. I did it!
Yeah! There's one more feeder.
Here's another one. Yes! The beacons were right by each other, too.
Nice. One more feeder, one more feeder.
I found it.
You found it? Okay,
yeah,
then I'll do this gauntlet right here.
In the middle of nowhere. Do you have any idea where it is where you are?
I'm right at the start where that lake is. It needs
that
2
house
people.
That we saw at the beginning?
Yeah, it needs 2 people.
Okay. Oh, it's 2 people?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm coming.
How does this work? I wonder if you have to press that button, and then it takes me up.
Okay.
Press that button? Yeah. Ah. Ah. Oh, man. I flew too far forward.
Okay, here you go. Now what? Oh. Oh!
What? What the?
Okay, nice.
And then what?
Oh, I have to get off.
And then get on
Let me
again?
see if I can lower that one. No. Okay, let me lower this one down. Nice. Okay.
Oh no.
Now what? Okay, wait.
Oh,
I can't believe you made it.
I can't believe I did.
Wow. Wait, step on. Yeah. Nice.
Yay, I did it. We did it. Okay, one more.
Well, we only have 15 seconds, so I don't think we're gonna finish that
no,
one.
but we did really well on that one.
Kind of crushed it.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some good stuff around here somewhere. Like a treasure. Streetwear pants piece. Yay!
Skill points 2. On and on and on.
Nice.
What do we do with our blooms? I think we can buy stuff in the community pass.
I don't know. Maybe if I talk to this guy, he'll have something to say. No. There's not like a turn-in port somewhere around here. Yeah, I don't know.
Where's that massive airship?
What massive airship?
Community airship.
Oh, that like the community is building?
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw a community windmill earlier.
Community windmill?
Yeah. Something. I think that's what it was. Larry boy! My favorite VeggieTales superhero. Okay, you're a project bot.
Donate metal plate.
This is contributing to a turbine.
Oh. If I donate
I don't have any carrot cake or metal plate.
Yeah, I need 2 more.
What's
metal
this?
plate.
Oh, it's the same thing.
What's what?
Okay. Well, maybe I'll work on my rail boots.
Yeah.
I need to go digging around underground. If you'd like to join.
Oh my god, why? How do you do this to me? You're being too raised at once.
I got curious! Fair enough.
It's okay.
Gotten!
I love to save up 5k points on Pumpkin stream and redeem Binky 10 times in a row. Oh my god.
He has a Binky redeem?
Pumpkin does. It plays a song or something.
Oh, okay.
Plays a silly song.
A silly
Last
song
time
that sounds.
I did that, her PC oh, I was looking at chat and fell off the map.
Okay.
You promised to
Oh
ban
wait,
me
are
if
we?
I do
Is
this
that your
one
house,
more
Moshi?
time. Huh? Huh?
Is that your house?
Yeah!
It's gorgeous!
Thanks! We're in the same neighborhood?
Finally!
Finally.
Your mailbox, your house. Let's go inside. Cute! Oh, you have another room.
Yeah.
Wow! This furniture's adorable.
Yeah, it's a cottagecore furniture.
Cottagecore furniture.
Very cute.
I love it.
Thanks.
Rin, are you planning to add any sound redeems? No. No, I'm not. Okay, so I need to go to the gridfall.
Gridfall, yes.
Grid.
Hanging grid.
Hanging grid. Hot diggity dog. Okay, so now I'm gonna go here so I can go to the airship. Grr, one day I will lay my hands on your sound redeems.
To check Moshi's PC. No, my PC's fine. I don't have like any PC breaking redeems.
Shoes are 5 stops away. Oh wow, they really are coming soon. You were not kidding. I was expecting a picture in a few days, Ma.
Dang, I wonder if I could get the Dark Academia outfit before beta ends.
Well, then you'll have to get it again anyway.
True, I can just...
But we could do it together if we need something to do. Oh, so we need to go into one of the underground things.
Okay.
So, this tile looks cool.
I like this, yeah.
I like it quite a lot. Alright, what's a good door for us to go through?
I don't...
They're coming a day early? No, 2 days early. Wow.
Let's see. Let's go to the
well, I know we're...
one near the Dr. Marie.
Okay. That guy's name is Solar Monk. Okay, is it down here?
Maybe there's a door over here? No, no door.
I thought it was down here, but I guess not.
Oh, we can break this, remember? Break.
Sand?
Door!
You know I be needing sand.
Yeah. I went through the door.
Okay, right behind you.
What do you need, specifically?
I didn't write it down. I'll know it, I'll recognize it if I see it, I think, but they were very specifically, like, artifacts.
Okay.
Rank toss? I don't think so. It was, like, ones I've never seen before.
Was it a Blockia phone?
Maybe I should have checked. A what?
A Blockia phone?
I do need a used Blockia.
Okay, we need to go to the office area for that one.
That's for a different quest.
Yeah.
Neo-noir boots piece.
Oh my gosh, I cannot.
Son. Another piece to the emo jacket. My time has come. Mashi, I behaved nicely and you didn't even say any, and you didn't say any bad words. You lost your bet. I'm waiting for these $5. I don't think Mashi promised you $5.
I didn't ask you to behave nicely. I didn't ask you to promise to behave nicely. Wait.
And she definitely didn't promise to pay you $5.
I didn't. There's a lava lamp. Spotless Kevin says.
It's not Kevin says.
Puzzle cube.
Not puzzle cube. Okay, well, whenever we get out of here, I will figure out what they are before we run around aimlessly.
Okay. Used gone fishing.
It's not gone fishing. Just forgot that niceness comes from heart and not from hurting others. Have you been hurting others? What the heck?
There's carbon fiber here if you're not full of it.
Thank you. Check around a little bit more. Here's one I almost missed.
Okay, we gotta go. Is this to get the recipe for the boots?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have to go to the museum to see what the things are on the research machine.
Yes, I remember now.
So let's me go do that.
Let's me go do that.
Where am I? Oops. That didn't work. Boing. Whee! Okay.
No, I'm gonna fall off the map again. No. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, let's see.
Okay, so I need...
You got there so quick.
A used floppy disk and a used boombox.
Okay, let me see.
Whatever that means.
Museum station and the Urbex residential.
Museum station?
Museum office and Urbex office and Urbex residential is where we need to go.
Okay, so we need to go to the office area and we need to go to the apartment area, probably.
Yes. Actually, can you follow? Wait, you can't follow me. Never mind.
Hang on. How do I get up here?
Where? I lost you.
I'm behind the museum.
Behind. Okay.
Let me up!
Maybe the
Oops.
historical corridor is where the museum stations are.
I want to get up. I did it.
You did it. I saw. Anything else?
History lesson. Okay, so where are we going?
We're going to the museum, or yeah, what is it called? Historical quarter.
Okay, isn't that right over here? Uh-oh.
This is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
I've fallen.
I see.
And I can't get up. Wait.
Yeah, she did it. Just keep jumping. You'll get
Think
over.
if I keep jumping, eventually it'll let me over the fence? I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I'm here with you now. Unless.
Oh!
How did you do that?
I jumped into the corner of the building. Like right here.
Now I'm stuck. Okay, I'm gonna go around.
I'll come find you. There you are.
Okay, we are in the historical quarter, so maybe
Yes.
we find an Urbex door somewhere.
How do we? What's an Urbex store?
It's just that shiny, that door we go through.
Oh, that's just what it's called.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in Airtram Station now.
Yeah.
That's not right. Rin and I may... Mashi and Rin, may I say something not nice? Now I will be badly good. I will ask for a permission. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm curious what you're gonna say.
Yes. I suppose.
I thought we ended up deciding residential actually wasn't here.
Oh, I always thought we were looking for the historical.
Oh, I don't know what we're looking for.
We're looking for, like, the museum area. Which...
Wouldn't the museum area be near the museum?
Yeah, but is there any... holes there?
Where's this take me? Oops. Huh. Here's a door.
Ah! Perfect. And
this one.
Huh?
Let's try this door.
Oh, here's the office. Okay. So you should get the floppy disk here.
Oh, these are definitely items I've never seen before.
I got a boombox there. A U-pod.
A U-pod? That's pretty good. Back up here. Okay. Oops. I did. Oh. Okay. Everything's fine.
Okay. I never thought of that. Mashi and Ren, may I say something? Okay, not nice.
Yeah, we already gave you permission.
Ren, if I put the letter G before your name, you will be green.
You will
like
be
this
green.
emoji for visualization. Mashi's turn. Mashi, you stink. Ew. Wow.
Wow.
First of all, wow.
You really got us good with that.
Ooh, floppy disks.
Floppy disk?
Floppy disk?
I found the Nokia.
I'm just looking for clothing pieces.
Valid. This looks interesting. Rinfu and Mashi cute, fight me?
Power cord.
Okay, I'll fight you. I can take you. I'll beat you up.
I'll give you a pa 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 pa.
Pow, pow, pow.
Sorry if I offended you. I'm not actually
didn't.
sorry. Please don't ban me if it hurted your feelings. I will sincerely apologize.
I think we're good.
I'm okay.
Thanks for checking.
I need to go recharge my battery.
Yeah, me too. We can do that on the dance floor, which you could probably get to easily if you take that rail. I think.
Maybe.
Oh, she's already gone.
There's a manhole over here by the playground.
Looking for you.
Oh, and I found a battery station too.
Where are you?
I fell down to the... Just look down and you'll see the playground.
What? I'm already back at the start of the level.
Are you? Oh, I see you. Hey, come here. Right here. Behind you.
I'm looking for your name.
Behind
there.
you. Yeah, hi.
I can't get up there.
Bounce pad.
I'll come around. I'll be right there.
Okay.
My way. Picture sent. Would post in Discord, but I don't know what channel would work best. I think we have like a Pix channel.
No, I didn't mean to fall in the manhole. Now I can't get out. Wait, I can.
Oh my goodness.
I can. Oh, I need this. I need vines. I'm still by the playground, by the way. I haven't left this area.
I'm here.
Okay, hi. Right
Where's
here,
the recharger?
Rid. Right here.
Thank you. And now we're going...
Through the manhole.
Through the manhole. Whee!
Well, this one's only 2.
Stand. In here?
Oh, we were just in this one. Oh, man.
Oh well. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I guess I should pick up these items.
What is it called? I wish it would tell us what these are. Like, is this like a sewer system?
It looks like a sewer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is kind of a small one, right?
Yeah, it is. We are at the... Maybe this is the residential. Oh no, it's an underground. Urbex underground.
Next area. Yoink. Full on magnets. Give me that stuff.
Give me the sand.
You girls need sand. Okay, that's that. My turn.
Okay, so we want to stay above ground if we want to find the residential ones.
That makes sense. Most people live above ground. This makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Jump up through here. And then what?
What do you need still? Did you get any floppy disks or boomboxes?
Let me find out.
have to use the restroom.
Okay, please do. I need a floppy disk and a boombox. I got a battered boombox, but I think that's too low quality. Oh, I have a used boombox. Do I have a floppy disk? I have a game cartridge, but I don't have a floppy disk. So the thing I still need is a floppy disk, I guess. Well, I'll go ahead. Of Moshi just a little bit. Museum. Okay. Electric Dreams. Oh, I have everything I needed. I got the recipe.
Yippee!
I got the recipe!
Let's
So now I'm gonna go to my house and see what I need to make it.
Alrighty.
Loading. Okay. Mod, you sent me the picture. Did you text it to me? You did. Okay, those shoes are cool as hell. Those are really cool. Do you have like a fun spirit day coming up? Oh, I have everything I need to make the boots.
Yeah, they're not that expensive to make. That's great.
There's also the propeller that lets you do a double jump.
Oh, yeah, I think I might go home and make that.
I need 2 hard lumbers and 2 aluminum bars.
2 hard lumbers. You get hard lumber from refining bamboo.
Get some energy real quick. NKS. I don't know what that means.
Back from work.
Back
Hello.
from work. Yay!
Hello. How was work?
What's that? Okay, so I needed the hardwood. I feel sick, but my dad helped me today, so I went quickly. That's good. Thanks, Dad. And 2 aluminum bars is the other thing. Two aluminium bars.
Aluminium. Two hard lumber, please.
Wait 1 more minute.
I had to wait 2 minutes.
What? Non-ketotic hyperglycemia. Thanks, Google. It's to commemorate the fact that one of my students is the only person in my state that has it. Wow. I guess doing awareness makes sense then. Charge. What else can I make? Some furniture?
Sure.
Some furniture? Laptop? Shelf that looks like a flower? A beanbag chair that looks like an animal? Oh, I have a quest to put a couch down in my house. They gave me somebody gave me a couch and I have to put it in my house or something.
Okay, yeah.
And then I have to paint it.
Yes.
NKH. Understood. Aluminum bars. Oh, I just have enough.
4 eco planks.
Or what?
I need 4 eco planks. Planks made out of cardboard.
Eco plank. Okay, so I've got this couch. And then if I press key, I can change the color of the couch. Make it bluer. Make it brighter. Yay! Oops, I didn't succeed. Color 1. Color 2. Color 3. Apply. Nice. Mission accomplished.
Oh no, am I gonna need more, like... Am I gonna need to upgrade my energy? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I don't. Propeller! Yep.
I'm 1 bar away from the propeller.
Oh, the propeller is an extension of the glider that lets you reach higher up places you couldn't before. Press spacebar while in midair to propel yourself upwards. Press spacebar again after using the propeller to deploy the glider.
Battery.
Now I can get on top of my trellis. And now I can get on top of my... Oh, it kicked me off my house.
It said, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be there. Come on, give me my bar. Charge my batteries. Come on. Charge my battery. And then make my propeller. Yay!
Yay!
Okay, well now I have to try one of the air rails
You do, yeah.
to finish the quest.
We have to find those people.
What people?
Striker, Lighter, and Breaker.
Oh, I don't know anything about that yet.
Okay.
Can't wait to play hide and seek. Let me give my Nokia to the museum guy.
Ah!
Okay. Nice. Oh, I can get a gamer monitor.
A gamer monitor?
Gamer. Okay. So now I just need to ride one of the rails. And to do that, I simply walk up
Find
to one.
one. Press E when you go up to one.
Okay, I know there's that one right at the entrance. Oh, hi, Mushy.
Hi.
There's one on these stairs down here.
Mm-hmm. We can find those jump pads and take the rails up around on top of the buildings.
Okay. Where to? Okay, yeah, now I do have to find Striker, Lighter, and Breaker.
Yes. Okay. That's where they are. They're on top of all the buildings. I don't know.
Okay, let's look around.
Exactly where.
Well, we can go up here.
Ah, yes. That's what I was looking for. Oops.
Oh, rail. Here. It'll be those shoes, black and yellow suit, yellow trim sunglasses, and a gold watch.
Breaker.
In case it isn't obvious, dress-up days are my favorite. It's obvious.
You just got a new idea.
Who got a new idea?
Breaker's right here.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Breaker. You're a break dancer? Okay. Oh, we've been here before.
We have.
Now where should we look?
It's kind of hard to use the... There we go. We figured it out. So there's someone right here. A lighter. Lighter's right here.
Okay. Let me up. Woo! Lighter, I light up the floor, I followed a cat. Okay.
Now you need to find...
Striker. Let's look over here.
There's a rail thing right across
Yeah, that's
from
what I was
us.
thinking about.
Ah.
So how do you glide?
You have to press space again.
Again, I see. Whee! Oof. Okay. Okay. Whee!
Oh, we're inside. Okay.
This way.
I think they might be over here.
Over. Well, I kind of want to finish seeing where this path goes.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Oh shit! Oh, everything's fine.
We're fine, we're fine.
I'm fine.
Oh, I don't need carbon fiber.
Another rail. Whee! Oof. Whoa! For Infinite, be careful. Okay, I still don't have room for any of those. Okay, next. Whee! These shoes are really cool.
I like them a lot. I like the... Oh, is that them?
No.
No, it's not them.
But I do know we're in a place I've been before. Alright, where did you want to look?
I think I lost track of where the rail was. Oh, shit. I fell. Damn it.
Oh well. We're on the ground now.
This one. No. Is it that one? Yes, it's this one. Okay, this way. Where Cliff is. This way. And then
Okay.
to the left.
Striker? Anyone with the name Striker? Well, that's interesting.
Huh?
There's a computer inside this crate.
What the?
Dang. Too hard to get to.
Yeah. We could take this one. This is a place you haven't been before.
I lost sight of you.
I'm right here,
There.
below you.
Where are we going?
Right
This
here.
rail. Oh, yes. I've never been on this. Whoa! Whoa!
Wow! I think you're looking for Striker?
Yeah.
I think they're above one of these buildings, if I remember correctly.
What's this kind of machine? What do you give me? Just junk I already have. No! This is so hard to use.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to use.
Okay, I made it.
Oh, there's another pad there. I didn't even realize.
I found salvager.
Salvager. We should probably get above the buildings.
But I've never looked around here before.
Nugget,
There's so much
where's
to
that
look-
shortcut again? Shortcut? Shortcat? What did I say?
Shortcut,
Oh,
shortcut.
Stay lit up!
Right? Like it's so dark over here.
Mhm.
Rin is a short cat? I resent that. Clip some vines while we're here. You never know when you might need these.
I need them.
Should I take this? Whoa.
What's over here?
LOL, but it's true. It's true, but you don't have to say it. Nothing here.
Mm-mm.
Interesting. Here. Okay.
Ooh, look at this.
Pretty. Whoa! I almost just ran right off that cliff.
Oh no.
Okay.
We can go through this door.
Okay.
I think it might lead us to a higher spot in the area.
I'm definitely up for it. Let me in! Yahoo!
Yahoo!
Floppy disk! Gimme, 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 gimme. Okay, snippers. Magnet, I'm already... I thought I was full on magnets.
Hmm. Oops.
over here? No?
Ooh.
I guess that's it.
Okay, I'm leaving the area.
Did you go through?
Yes.
Okay. Right behind you!
I'm waiting.
Did you get the artifacts in this first room, Mashi? There were 2 dig spots.
I didn't see any. Oh, here's one.
In here. There's another one up there?
It might not be the same for me.
What? I guess it's not.
Yeah, because some of the things you find aren't the same for me. Like the TVs and stuff.
I see.
Oh, I got wolf slippers!
Wolf slippers.
Yep.
But what will I, Rinfinite, get? Only time will tell. Spotless U-Pod.
Oh, heck yeah. Emo skinny jeans.
Yes.
I dropped so much stuff. Didn't have any room for it.
We already have a lot of crap.
We do.
Okay, well, I guess that's it. Hey, MMN Rin. Seshoth, hi.
Hi,
You can play instead of Neverness to Everness? What is that?
How is it? It's a new gacha game, I think. Similar to
Have you got any cute girls?
Zen Zone Zero? But you can have a gacha girlfriend who you can drive around.
A girlfriend?
Yeah, an anime girlfriend that you can drive around in a car.
And she's in love with you?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Just
I think
asking
you can.
for a friend.
I think you can improve your relationship with her. I don't know how it works. Thanks for the hydrate.
Probably one of those where you have to learn her bra size and when her period is.
I forgot about that.
I think that came up once kind of recently. But, I never forget. I wonder if that's why I can't remember, like, normal things. Because my brain is so busy remembering not normal things.
Did you know that... yeah. It doesn't have enough space for normal things. Did you know that, Love in Deep Space, you know that game?
I'm familiar with it.
There... I believe there's a period tracker in that game.
What? For, like, you, the human woman playing the game?
Like the boyfriend, your boyfriends can know when you're on your period.
And then they'll give me chocolate, or?
Yes!
What the hell?
Yes.
That's so fun. That's so silly.
I know.
I'm ready to go through the door, I think.
Okay.
I love exploring the city. Ooh, I do also like exploring places.
Not into the gotcha, but okay.
Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Nifty.
Anywhere?
Anybody up here? Hello?
Do you see anyone on, like, outside of the... What about here?
You have the carbon fiber, please? Thank you. Do I see anyone outside of the...
Outside of, like, where we're at. I flew to the next building. I'm right here.
Hi. She flew to the next building. Whoa. Okay. Just looking around.
Oh, I think I see someone.
Really? Could it be?
I don't
To the
know.
person
They
who
don't have a
created
name.
period cramps,
Nope.
I made a sandwich for you. It's a knuckle sandwich. Why don't you
How
come
about
and
we
eat
try
it?
this one?
I'm also 6'5",
That's the
nonchalant,
guy.
rich, dreadhead, feminist.
That's the guys in deep space. Shame
Yeah.
that video. For the guy, or for the people who invented periods, I have a sandwich for you. It's just his fist between two
A knuckle
breads.
sandwich?
Yeah. Oh, we just went over here. Where the heck is this person?
Striker? I barely know her. Damn, I thought that could work. Well, if I keep running around aimlessly, I'll find them eventually. I don't know if that's the vibe, but it is the truth.
Well, I'm back to the start.
Whoa.
The arrow, you don't have a quest arrow at all?
No. Hello? Anybody out here? Anyone? Anyone alive in the wasteland?
God damn it.
I've got a pack of cigarettes.
I've got a pack of cigarettes.
You can have all of them.
You are alive.
I'm alive?
I'm glad you're alive.
Yeah, me too. Did something happen? I found Explorer.
They're in one of these circles. Okay.
Wow.
Well, I sent you a picture.
Wow, thanks. Okay, I'll open it up.
God, people are so helpful. I don't think we've been to that grassy area on the bottom left.
Okay, so where is that on this map? What?
That's the...
What? Wait, how does this even align with my map?
Okay, well, that's where Leela is, where all the blue, pink, and... Do you see the wires?
Oh, that's where Leela is?
Yeah, that's where Leela is. And then we zoom in, and then we go... So let me give you a better image of where it is. So where my marker is, where the plus is where I don't think we've checked. Or maybe where it was closer to Leela, we didn't check.
Okay.
Okay, back to the main area.
I found a blue door.
Where?
I don't even know how to describe.
Where are you?
I'm inside the blue door now.
Were you still on that island?
Um,
Were you still above the buildings?
no, I went underground.
Oh, you went underground in the concrete jungle?
I think so, because I think that I was looking for, like, a way back to the mainland.
Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so you went down
But I found the door,
here.
so I thought, well, I've probably never been here before, so I should probably go in.
Yeah, I don't think I've been here either.
Well, come join me. I'll wait for you.
I found you.
Whoa, oh no! Whatever shall I do?
Oh.
Dig 'em, dig 'em.
I'm
Wolf
dinking
pants.
them.
We're dinking it out here. Hold on to your dinkum. Fidget spinner. Okay, I'm ready to progress through the next door whenever you are. I guess I can fix this tube. Okay. It's like an abandoned bus station.
Yeah, it is. An underground subway.
Don't forget to check for artifacts.
Wow, rust-resistant alloy.
Never have enough of those.
I've progressed.
Okay, through the door. Did you go through the door?
I did.
Okay. Just checking. My turn. Sand!
We love sand.
God, I love sand.
More emo pants.
Emo stuff! Give us the emo stuff! Get my fidget spinner. Don't mind if I do. Sand. Here. Research proficiency up. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
Wait, I got to level 6. Does that mean I can get the new... I can! I can have charity charge. 20% chance of not consuming charges from the station when charging your battery, or plus 10 carry limit of all artifact type items.
Ooh, the battery one sounds good.
I can afford both.
Nice. Ooh, emo shoes. Wait, do I have these already? Apparently I do. Here, you can take this.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, Gigi.
GG.
Gigi. Party. It's a Gigi party.
GG party?
Yeah.
Oh. I missed a dig spot. Oh well. Are we out?
Yep.
So where are we?
We're still in the concrete area.
Hydrate. Thanks, Joker. How are you?
They called this the concrete jungle.
Okay. So we are trying to go back to the main area.
Yep.
Teleport might be better bet. Oh
Yeah.
wait, this is the dance floor.
Yeah, I know. It's a kinetic pad.
Interesting. Okay, well, I'm gonna do my escape button and I'm gonna do teleport to start.
Okay. Right behind you.
Okay.
Oh!
Ugh. We are of one flesh.
Okay.
Alright, let's go look around by the dancer.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Natasha?
Natasha Nanners?
I just said Natasha. It can't be Natasha. That couldn't be.
The Natasha Nanners? No?
It couldn't be. So you think we should try and get on top of these buildings?
Yes.
And look around here?
I think
Yes?
so.
How get up?
How get up?
How get up? How about over here?
Okay, that was an overshot. I don't think this will.
No, me neither.
Oh, that's Breaker. Okay, Breaker is the one closest to Leela. So maybe...
Where's Breaker?
Like, he's right on this building above us.
Oh, on the building. Okay.
Yeah, they're above the building.
That makes sense. How do I, Renfinite, get up there? Maybe we should ride a rail from over there?
Do you see a rail?
Only this one that I'm looking at. Turn around.
Oh, I see. I can't reach.
No, we can't reach, but maybe we can find a way to get to it.
I'm following.
Oh, I know. Come this way.
Coming.
Come, come. His name is Shark. Oh, that's the rail. Joker, how are you?
How are you? Okay, here's Breaker. And then... if we go this way, we might find another person.
Which way? This way?
What is it?
Ah, no!
Nothing here to jump onto.
I know, I thought I could get on that roof.
Maybe over here? Found lighter again.
Okay. Does it match
So
up with
lighter is
any
the
of...
one in the green area.
Okay, so we're looking for the one...
I'm the north one.
The north one,
No.
yes. We're looking for the north one.
We are? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it is a pretty game. It's in a closed beta right now. Okay. I think I'm somewhere I've not been before, so that's a good start.
That is a good start.
I'm right next to the area. This is the area. Is it you? Yay!
You found them?
Yes! Refill water bottle, okay.
Wow, just as she was celebrating.
Let me just look around over here before I get all the way down, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maddie, how are you? Okay, so the next part of the quest is hit the floor with Leela, but I'm gonna go refill my water.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Thank you!
Lol.
Okay.
Yep, I was able to find the insert
dungeon name here. Good job. That's a good dance. Let me change my emotes.
Okay.
Cheer, overjoyed, sit.
Oh, this one's cute.
That is adorable.
Oh my god, the stretching of the fabric.
Dance. And then... Okay, so I have this dance, which is the robot. This is hardly dancing.
Yeah.
The running man.
The
running Loftia. And then I have the elf. What the hell? This is not flattering.
I know.
Well, let's go talk to Leela. Hi. Hey crew, glad everyone made it back. We're dancing. And huge shout out to Infinite. Thanks.
We're dying to know your new idea. What if we dance?
What if we dance
the Quake?
That's a bad idea.
Something
the world is already falling apart. It's like that classic song Atlas showed us says, "Shake it off."
Oh, we can do the conga.
Conga.
Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da.
Can we? I just have to follow you doing it?
Yeah, we can't like link to each other, sadly.
She kind of stopped. Hey! Hey! Conga line! Conga line! Hey!
What's the other one?
There's another one?
Brush off.
That's not a dance.
No, it's not.
Well, how would you like to do?
I don't know. I think we finished everything.
So
what do you have to do?
Learn how to make the carrot cake.
Yes.
And donate that.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Oh, there's a secret lake we can access now that we have the propeller.
A secret lake? I want to see the secret lake.
Yeah, I don't know where it is though, so I'm gonna have to
Is
look
it?
around.
It's probably in the
Hanging Gardens.
the woodsy area, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wasn't my best choice I've ever made. Just kidding, I'm goated. I can do no wrong.
Because you still need to finish this research station, right? And I need to finish one more in the Hanging Gardens.
Oh, I'm not finished with it.
What? I said you need to finish it?
I don't need to finish it, but it's
No.
not finished.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Right. Going home.
Where the hell's the airship at? Here we go. Take me to the Hanging Gardens. Post haste. Stretch. Come on, chat. Stretch finite.
Stretch. Stretch.
Do you think it's this lake that's off to the right of the map, kind of in the middle of nowhere?
Let me come to you. I haven't left.
Maybe not.
This way. This way.
Bamboo forest. Bamboo finite.
Bamboo finite.
Bamboo finite's crazy. Some bamboo. Human. Algae. Oh, there's like a temple back here.
Oh, overgrowth. Oh, overgrowth.
That makes sense.
Go to the overgrowth and stick to the right and go up. You'll see a spelunker. Continue up and parkour over tree stumps and jump on a ledge, then glide down. Huh.
Okay, so go to the overgrowth area.
Yes.
On my way. Snip, snip, snip. Maybe while I'm here, I'll buy some carrot seeds from Hazel so that when we have to make carrot cake.
Yes. Carrot seeds. Oh, I'm broke. I forgot. I need to sell my... Oh, I'm not broke. Okay, I have some money. I'll buy 9.
And then we might need like wheat for flour?
Yeah. I don't think we need to process the wheat. We can just use... Yeah,
Okay,
but you'll
but
need
I'll
wheat.
buy some.
You'll need wheat.
Wheat. Okay, I think I'm making my way to the overgrowth.
Remember, it's where Coon is.
Yeah. What's this?
Stick to the right, and we'll see an NPC named Spelunker.
See an NPC named Spelink.
Spelunker.
Yay, foraging proficiency up.
I found Rinfinite.
Wee wee. Okay, so stick to the right. Oh, wait, let me see if I can turn in anything here.
Okay. Just gonna
No, I've fully completed everything.
snip this.
Snip. Okay, stick to the right until you see a guy called Spelunker.
Here they are. I see them.
Okay. Let me get this resin while I'm here. Hi, Random! How are you? Random, I loved your video! If you want to put a link of it in the chat, I would love to shout it out. Random made a video about his first ever going to a convention experience. And it was really fun to watch.
No, I overshot my...
She overshot her shot.
I overshot my shot.
Okay, well, here's Spelunker.
Yeah, and then we just keep going up from there.
You just keep going up from there. I also heard Random went on a date recently.
Ooh. How was that?
Want a dish?
Yeah.
Tell us the hot goss. Up here? Yeah.
I'm struggling to get up there.
You can do it. Back up a little. Wait, hot goss? Yeah. Oh, you went on a date. Chat, that's the link to Random's video. Just go save it to your watch later.
Ah!
Oh my god! She's a mess!
I am a mess. I was trying to get on this stump.
Oh yeah, that, it was fine? Oh. Well, okay then. It was fine.
That doesn't sound... well...
I heard a little bit about it already. I think it went pretty well. Random maybe being a bit modest. Okay, come up on this little...
Okay.
Over here, yep. Now just come straight up.
It's not going up that much.
Don't press it don't press it the third time, and back away a little bit. Some updates happened. Oh. Worked?
It worked. Okay. Uh-huh.
Well, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Oh no. Am I stuck? Okay.
You weren't supposed to fall down that?
No, you can just double press space. Are you good?
No.
Go to
I can't get out of here.
Go to like the Yeah. Keep jumping, double jumping. There you go. You made it.
Yeah! Secret tunnel!
Secret tunnel!
And I learned I look pretty good in a denim jacket. I learned that too. Random sent me a picture and was like, how's my fit? I was like,
Rate my
good.
fit.
Rate my fit. And I rated Rin out of 10.
Rin out of 10.
Yeah. Can we fish around here?
Yeah.
Ooh, there's fish.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, there's a good amount of ivy.
Oh, really? Mosh, you want to rate my fit?
Yeah, I'll rate your fit. Algae. Random, I saw someone in the game named Random, and I was like, is Random playing this game? It was just random, though.
I got a blind eel.
Not random bystander. You got a blind eel? I think that's one of them.
And I had at the cave fish.
No, I'm not playing this game, sadly. Aww. I would have given you a key.
It's too late now.
It's too late.
I just fished up some ore?
Yeah,
That's
I've
not
been
what I wanted.
only getting ore. Yeah, that was ore. That was so hard to get.
Yeah, don't do the sparkly ones.
Don't
They
do
got
the
salt.
ones. Oh, I got I got the axolotl salamander thing. Yay!
Oh, really?
Ah! How am I supposed to get this? Oh my goodness.
Get what? Mashi, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Maybe I need to upgrade my fishing pole. Oh wait, it goes all the way over there. Okay.
Well, I guess then that answers that question.
Salt. What the heck? Oh. She dropped a fish.
This isn't a fish. This is a shiny spot.
But it's the only spot around.
Got a few more.
Oh, I got a brotula.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I missed. Nope, I got it when it was salt. Where's this?
Brandon and Mashi are a shiny spot on my days. Aw, you're so cute.
Aw, you're the sun in my day.
Literally.
Sun. The day when I get to talk to Sun is better than the other days where I don't.
I know.
That's just a fact. Oops.
Let's see. Okay, I need the eel, and I don't know what this is, but I need that too.
How do you know what you need?
I'm just looking at the fish I haven't caught yet. I open up a map with M, and then...
And then...
Go to the... Press C until you get to your, like, everything you found in the game.
Press C?
Oh wait, no. Go to map, then collections at the top. It's
Collection.
like the book icon, and then press C until you get to fish.
Fish. Okay, I see.
She sees, she sees. Aww, you do.
Just give a girl a fish.
Haditha. I wish I could pick this mushroom.
Is it cool looking?
Yeah, it's just a red cap mushroom.
I can't find anything except for blind cave eels.
Oh, I can't find the eel. That's the only one I don't have.
Do the non-sparkles.
Cave fish.
Texas blind salamander! Yay!
Yay!
Salt.
Sparkly should not be salt.
Yeah, I know, right? The area is called Secret Lake. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Secret Lake.
Rotula.
We still looking?
Yeah, still looking for my eel.
I got. Or... I came here to get fish. Oops. Jumped right in the water. Here.
If this is ore... Dang, it's a rotula.
I missed and it gave me salt.
No. I've done that
That's
a couple times too.
It gave me something.
Give a girl a fish she eats for a day. But teach a girl to fish and she says I came here to fish. Sorry, I was trying to...
That is why I came here. Blind cave brocula!
I keep catching those.
I just got my first one. Whoa!
The fit looks real good! What?
Yeah, doesn't he look really good in it?
You do!
Snickers. Snip, snip, snip!
Bauxite ore? How dare you?
Bauxite or what? You two are wonderful and I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you for hydrate, Homo. What's the queendom looking like these days? How's things in the Queen Homu queendom? One day Mashi and I will be free of this place, maybe.
Which one are you trying to get?
I don't think I need any more. I got 4 different fish.
Damn.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right. Yay, I'm free!
She's free!
I'm free!
She's free! Yay!
Yay!
Now
Now I can go donate them to the research.
To the fish man?
No, not to the fish man. It's
To where?
It's this one over here. Is that the one? No, I don't think that's the one. I think it's closer to the river. Not the river, lake. Research station.
There's a research one over here.
Yes, that's right.
What do we get? They're good, they're good. I'm not up to much. GVT says that
get
because
a medium solar
government
panel.
says it's because I moved towns, I need to temporarily get a job before I qualify for disability, so I'm gonna work stock at Dollar General or some shit, and when that... okay, good luck, Homo. I'm rooting for you. That's gonna be difficult. Aaron! Hi, Aaron! On YouTube, welcome to Rinfination. We have free healthcare. Medium solar panel recipe.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well?
I'm gonna go back home.
Is the hot air balloon near here?
I just teleported to the start.
Oh, I see. I'll take the hot air balloon. That's a good attitude to have, Homu. I'm proud of you. My neighborhood.
My neighborhood.
Take me to my neighborhood.
We're gonna plant carrots and wheat.
Yes. It is indeed what we discussed. And then we probably need to buy from the chef guy the carrot cake recipe.
Ah, yes.
Water. What else can I make?
Nice pudding.
Funky flower pot.
I was gonna put gold anywhere. I'd have big shoes.
It's pumpkin. Hi,
Pumpkin?
pumpkin.
Pumpkin?
And then
Hoi
you
hoi!
get really strong thighs.
How are you? How are you?
How
How are you? How are you?
They're shoes.
So metal plates is the other thing that we need to donate, and those are pretty easy to make.
Wait, why was I laughing? What was that clip?
The world may never know. Some of these plants dry out really fast.
Yeah. There's a thing you can craft to make it, to make them watered for a little longer. It's like an
Really
irrigation pipe thing.
A what?
A drip irrigator. Install on any garden bed to keep its tiles hydrated for 150% longer.
Well, I don't know if I have that recipe.
I think there's a research station. Oh, hi, we're in the howdy, neighbor! Howdy,
We're neighbors?
Howdy, neighbor!
Howdy, y'all!
Howdy, neighbor! Can I borrow some sugar?
Yeah, here you go.
That's my sugar. Once human. I think the clip was once human. From being human. It's not once human, it's being human.
Being human is also a thing that I've experienced. What do you mean, no battery?
What do you mean?
Don't you tell me I got no battery.
My
battery's full.
Yeah, I got plenty of battery.
My battery's full!
Maybe you don't have enough battery charges, like your battery's not big enough?
To make a metal plate?
No, that's not right.
What else can I upgrade?
I'm gonna actually craft this medium solar panel because I need it.
Yeah.
This hydro thing is not cutting it. Where is it? I need 3 metal plates. Well, looky there. I also need metal plates.
Solar panel now too.
I'm sorry, being human is a song. Ah.
I'm sorry, being human is an experience. Okay, so now we're gonna do the build button. And we're gonna put away the small solar panels.
Yes. You're a genius.
The medium solar panels.
Ooh, that's a lot of power.
It's a song from Lucifer's perspective, huh?
I don't know who that is.
Lucifer, like the devil?
The devil?
The bibble?
The devil?
Oops. There we go. 2 medium solar panels. Crank me up.
Crank me up.
My battery?
Oh, well, shit.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. How do I...
Oh, I need 2 lignins.
That's what the ivy is for.
2 lignins.
For what?
The battery level 3.
Ah.
3 copper bars and 2 lignins. Still think lignin is a very funny word.
Yeah. Lignin these.
What? I can only make 1 lignin.
You don't got enough ivy?
I don't. Charge me up. Okay, well, let's make the bronze, the copper bars first. And then I'll go get some more ivy, I guess.
Kind of a betrotting day, if I'm being honest. You two are fun to watch as I do.
Betrotting? Bed rotting day.
Bed rotting. Bed rotting. I'm sorry.
Can you get some food at least? Have you had food today?
Yeah, get some food. Food is delicious.
Please eat for infinite.
Lignin? Lignin.
Lignin.
Lignin. It's almost Cinco de Mayo, and you haven't asked me to be your taco yet.
Oh, damn.
I'm Pumpkin de Yokai, will you be my taco? I ate spinach enchiladas with chicken. Yummy!
That sounds really good.
You're already hydrated. Yes, I drank. Oh, for Rin? I don't know.
I hydrated twice just for you.
It's Star Wars Day tomorrow.
It is.
May the 5th.
4th.
May the 4th? May the 4th. May the 4th be with you.
I plead the May the 5th. It's Reading Rainbow. Hi, Cox.
It's Reading Rainbow. My frickin' that song reminds me of someone who always used to sing it.
May the 4th be with you tomorrow. Yeah, for real.
Open a book. Just take a look. Reading
Rainbow. Revenge of the 5th. Sun plus 2.
May the 5th. myself. I was like, wait, that's not right.
Something's not right here. Get off.
And with your spirit.
Hello, Coon. My boss asked if I work tomorrow. I said no. He said, oh, well, may the 4th be with you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, boss.
I am eating, don't worry. That's good.
Just gotta check. Just gotta check on my friends, you know? Chat, this goes for the rest of you, too. Did you all eat today? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna be angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. Yeah, you will. I put caffeine in my smoothie? That's a choice.
What is eating? Hey.
Yeah. Don't you start with me.
I ate. You eat every day. You eat because
Vegetables?
you're beautiful.
Good for you, random.
Cox, you haven't eaten. Looking for a snack? Oh my god.
A well-balanced day of 3 energy drinks a day. Now hold on a minute.
No, that's so terrible.
Have you been talking to Arctic?
No, why did you clip it? I know I'm dumb.
Oh, oh that was mean.
It's fine. It's funny. Enjoy
Yeah,
that.
Will you be my taco? Okay, good. May the 5th be with you. Give me the ivy. Oops. I fell to my death.
You fell to your death.
My bad. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oreo cookie, thank you for the follow. Ooh. I love Oreos.
Me too. We love you. Please consider sponsoring these channels.
I was thinking about how much I love Oreos the other day. I was like, why do I love Oreos so much?
Every single day. It's a real problem.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I haven't had one in a long time. I haven't broken my streak. Oreos are a guilty pleasure. I totally agree. But I shouldn't have to be guilty.
Hi.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Yes! I made it. I'm a genius.
Okay, we need to craft this. And then we need to set it down.
I'm a chocolate chip guy, but Oreos are good. I mean, I'm here for any cookie, pretty much, but I am especially weak to Oreos.
We need that, and then we need to see what we need for the battery. We need more energy.
It does do it for the cookies, that's true. I did it all for the cookie. The cookie. So I could eat a cookie. I did it all for the cookie!
More of a chocolate chip guy, but Oreos are good. Oh, I do like a good chocolate chip cookie.
Whoa. Watch out for falling coconuts.
Falling coconuts?
No falling coconuts here. Okay. That's alright. Okay, let's teleport back to the start. Let's go to my house.
Oh, I already have the recipe for carrot cake.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Well, I did make some metal plates, so I could turn those in.
1 carrot and 1 wheat.
It's easy. Oh no. An encoder error occurred while streaming. Ashi, are you there?
I'm here.
Chad, is my stream working okay? No, it looks like my stream just ended.
Huh? What the heck?
An encoder error occurred. Well, that's not good.
That's weird.
Oh, that's not good. Hello?
Hello.
Turn it on and off again? Yeah, I guess I can if the stream already ended. Brent's stream isn't working? Great question. OBS is already running. No, it's not. Or is it? Well. Okay. Perhaps my stream is back up?
I hope so.
I joined your stream if you want to turn shared chat back on? Question mark? I'm confused.
I am too.
My chat's not showing up. Don't love that.
Computer, make my friends have a good day. Computer.
Oh boy. I don't even know where the chat dock is.
Rin's cookie tangent reminded me that there's actually a Cookie Monster parody of Nookie. Huh?
I did it all for the cookie. You? What the heck?
I did.
Is something messed up here?
I don't know. I wish I could help. What the heck?
My stream is back up, but the chat's not there. We're here in spirit. What's the deal? With no chat.
Who needs chat? We do.
I want to be able to talk to you guys. I guess I'll just have to look at Mashi's chat, question mark?
Can you look at your mix it up? Will that help
I can't
at
look
all?
at my mix it up. No, it's actually not working.
What in the world? Do you need to close mix it up and open it back?
I don't think I want to do that if I have OBS already open, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys can see my stream, then that's good enough.
What in the world just happened?
If you guys can see my stream and we can hang out, that's good enough.
And you can read my chat.
Yeah.
I can see it. Yay!
Woohoo! Talk to me, lady. Sure was a sound that I just heard. Would be like the lyrics I made? Oh. I did it all for the cookies, eating them fully, filling my belly with all them creamy goodies. Thank you, Dran. I missed those. I didn't see it because of the whole, you know,
Not being able to see chat.
stream crashing, not being able to see chat, you know, all the good stuff.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
No.
Of course. No.
No. My girlfriend's here with me. In the men's room. Hi, Mikey.
Hi, Mikey. I pissed with the group. I pissed with the homies. Always have a bathroom buddy.
We cross streams? Oh, I can't go on the airship? Fun.
My girlfriend's here, and my girlfriend's girlfriend, and my husband. Like, what?
All of the stalls just pop open and like heads lean out.
You're crossing streams with Mashi right now. I
Am
We are. We're
I guess.
technically yes.
I'm here for it. Well, I'll see if I can figure out my stream stuff tomorrow since we won't be doing Marriage Monday tomorrow. We've got some stuff going on for work. But I'll see if I can fix it so that way. Actually, we have a summer series coming up soon where Mr. Rin will play. Mr. Rin will stream on my channel. I'll be here too. And he'll play Mario and Luigi.
Mario and Luigi.
And 6 to 8 every night until he beats the game. The marathon. 6 to 8, 2 hours every night. No Monday with Mr. Rin tomorrow. I know, but you're getting a marathon of Mr. Rin starting on probably Wednesday. So, what do you think about that?
That's pretty cool.
The things fans have been begging for since 1967? No, they haven't. Okay. Now, can I make the lignans? lives. I mean, 87? I still wasn't alive then either! Mr. Renathon! Okay, that's really good. Thank you, Mikey. I will be using that for the title of this thing. Mr. Renathon is very good. I will be using that. Thank you so much. Biting? Biting?
When are my soybeans done? 9 hours? This
oh
is
my
not,
gosh!
This is... How much are they worth? This is not worth the money and the pain.
They better be worth a lot.
They better be.
Not T. No. R. Let me plant my tree seed. Should I do a coconut tree or a banana tree?
Coconut.
Coconut seed. Click. There it goes. And do I have some other seeds? I do. A rice seed. And hi, Dave. How are you?
Hello, Dave.
Dave, are you a Pokemon fan? No. Well, okay then.
Never mind.
Never mind. Don't cry. Sometimes the answer is no. You have nothing to apologize for, Dave. Jiminy Criminy. I'm doing good? Good. Firefighter Day 451. Can't we just let Firefighter Dave have their username? Cooking. Okay, so I don't have a recipe for carrot cake. Do you remember if it's a level 1 or a level 2?
It's at level 2.
It's a level 2?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a shipping here. Are we shipping someone? Yeah, we're shipping JJ and Dave. Firefighter Dave 151 when water lover Alex 252 walks in. Okay, upgrade my battery! Yay!
Yay!
Now I have battery level 3.
Awesome.
This battery's huge! And now, they're shipping me to Utah. Sorry, son. Now let me find Coon or June, whichever one is here. Wait, Hazel's here? The seed lady? You're on this map
Where?
too? She's back in the regular place.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, no complaints from me. Soybean for me says growth time 12 hours.
12 hours? Yeah, I've had mine planted for, like, since we started our stream.
Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. June,
Sexy.
can I speak with you, please?
I'm sexy. I'm sexy. Fuck it up. Jersey, fuck it up right now. B-ball,
Let's
fuck it
buy
up
the
right
recipe
now.
for carrot
DC, fuck it up right
cake.
now.
Utah.
Oh.
I don't see the recipe for carrot cake.
Is it... It's either June or Coon who has it.
I guess I gotta try the other one.
Or... It's not already in your... It's not already in your kitchen cooking station?
No, I checked.
Okay, yeah. It must be the other one then.
Project bot. Donate metal plate. Oh, donate my metal plate. I donated them. Okay, so now I need to go. Oh, there's a question mark over there. A new quest unlocked or something?
A new quest? Where?
Amani.
Amani. Ah.
Way to go, Rinfinite. You're officially part of the workflow. Oh, because I donated something to the community thing.
Oh.
Redeem an item from the community rewards. I don't think I can do that yet because I haven't earned any rewards.
Well, do you have points?
I guess I'll go look.
So, press escape and then press the ticket icon.
Oh. I don't have enough points to unlock anything. So I guess I need to get more.
Yes.
Okay, well let me go buy the recipe for carrot cake. I like the large scale collaborative goals. I think that's nice.
Yeah, it is. Project Runway. Dress up? I'm already dressed up. Wave in the bandstand.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh, is there something up there? Nothing? Not even a little artifact thing? Not artifact, what is it? Lore thing? Lore spot. Your sparkle has lit up Loftia.
Shop. Carrot cake.
What's this?
Nice.
Another new emote? Oh, cute!
What'd you get?
I'll come show you.
I was about to go home. Is that correct? Is that what I should do?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
I'll find you.
Man. The time really just flies by when I'm playing this game.
It does.
Like, what do you mean? It's almost time to end stream.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's any game like this, any cozy kind of game.
I guess you're right.
When we were playing Stardew Valley, it felt like it was so fast.
You're right. I do agree with you. Whoa, 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 whoa! Plant the seed. Plant the seed. Is this a tree? Yes, it is. Oh, it needs to be on a trellis. How do I make a trellis? Ashi.
I don't know if you have the recipe for a trellis. You have to probably donate to the research station by the community farm.
Sure. What did you want to show me?
Oh! Not that. Sorry. This.
She's a model. She's working it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's scary to look at. Okay, I'm moving. Wing.
Okay, well, why don't I turn in a couple of things and then we be done for the day?
We be done, yeah.
I guess turning in things won't really accomplish anything.
I suppose.
I didn't finish any other carrot cake. Can I finish any more metal plates? No. Well, I guess I'm ready to be done then.
Okay. We're ready. This is our last day playing Loftia.
We'll have to start again from the beginning next time.
We will. I wonder how much it'll change. I'm so excited to see.
That's gonna be fun. Well...
Who do we raid?
It's a great question. Rin, did you restart your stream so that I lose my streak of 52 streams in a row? No, my stream crashed! It's not my fault. Okay, so Minnie and Charlie are doing Tomodachi Life. Mach 3 is doing Sonic, and every time he dies, he has to do a push-up. Taryn is playing Crimson Desert. And Cass Wilder's playing Iron Lung.
Oh, Iron Lung, really? That's that Markiplier movie that... Or the game that inspired that movie.
Yes.
I don't know. You pick. Did we raid Taryn last time? I don't remember who raided.
We raided Taryn kind of recently, I think. Let me see how long each of these has been going for. Because Cass usually ends around the same time we do, I think. It's been going for only 2 hours, so he might be going for longer.
Yeah, I don't think I've raided Cass in a while.
Yeah, I don't think they've streamed in a while. Let's raid to Cass. Okay, everybody, we're gonna raid to Cass Wilder, so say like Mashi Rin raid or something.
Mashi Rin raid.
Mashi Rin raid. Oh, somebody else just raided them too.
Yeah, that's funny.
Let's make it a triple raid.
Triple raid.
Okay, guys, I will see you on Wednesday. But maybe I'll pop up in between now and then. You'll have to wait and see. Good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. Bye, Onyara. Bye, Onyara.
Bye.